Wah! Wah! I simply sped. What is going on with the press? Oh, because it was animated. Okay, cool. Cool. All right. I was speedrunning eating chicken noodle soup. It was, and I also had to explain to my sister how to do an intramuscular injection. Fun times. It's time for Dad. Or I guess MQ's dad. I'll put the... Okay. I wish we hadn't been thrown out like that. I wish we'd managed to find it, or some clue as to what the speckled band might be. Whoops. We didn't manage to investigate at all. And I imagine that we won't be able to for a while longer. We'll never get past that sailor guarding the door. He's clearly glaring at us as if to say, don't even think about it. Oh, wait a minute. What is it? Well, what happened to our great detective friend? Where did he go? Oh, yes. He completely disappeared. When did he do that? He slipped away as quietly as the wind, but not before ensuring these were securely back on my wrists. Oh, we get to examine, okay. Lovely. I forgot to pull up stream on my, phone. 1 second. There we go. Oh, no! 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 Okay. I didn't have my volume off. I really wish we'd have a chance to look around in Miss Pavlova's cabin. What? Why do you look like that? You want something? Huh? Maybe you want me to throw you out again, hmm? No. No. Definitely not that. Next time I have to throw you out, I'll show you where lobsters spend the winter, understand? Understand. Maybe I should steer clear of him until he's forgotten my face. I don't think he'll ever forget your face, Naruhodo-san. Okay. How do... Isn't it? There we go. That door leads to the second class area. It's locked. I can't open it. No, well, that stands to reason. No one wants to let the murderer escape. Gosh, she gave me a very stern look when she said that. Okay, maybe we look at the logs again? That book on the top of the table there is really huge. There's a pen with it, too. Yes, I'm sure that's the ship's log. Shall we have a look through it? The writing is so neat and precise. Every detail about the voyage has been meticulously recorded. You wouldn't expect a rough and ready sailor to have such beautiful handwriting. Anyway, look here. Last night's log is mostly blank. Presumably that means there was nothing to report. Totally. Nothing suspicious ever happens on the boat. First class cabin number 1. Yes, that's our cabin. Not our cabin, it's Kazuma-sama's cabin. Kazuma-sama. Ah! Sorry? Your accommodation is confined to the wardrobe inside the cabin. You know how to make a stowaway feel small, don't you? As small as the wardrobe I've been calling home. Anyway, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga has managed to uncover any new clues. Yes, we should probably find him and ask. Where is he? I don't know where he is. Move? Okay. It looks like they're still investigating in here. Yes. On that subject, I wonder if Inspector Hosonaga is unscathed. What do you mean, unscathed? Surely you haven't forgotten, have you, Naruhodo-san? Don't you remember what he said about allowing you out of this cabin to investigate? He was going to talk to the captain about it. He said he'd lay his life on the line for you. Oh, yes. Heck yeah, have fun with class, bro. But I'm sure he was exaggerating. Let's see what he has to say for himself. He might have some new information for us. You never know. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Why is he in the... Bro. Oh no, he got beat up! Hosonaga? Hosonaga, I'm so sorry. Ah, you're back. Inspector! What happened to you? Your face is... Please, don't worry about it. They're just scratches. Maybe by a... Made by a bear, maybe? When I told the captain that I'd given you permission to investigate, he told me he'd pummel me with his fist and then toss me overboard. What? But the pummeling was over in a flash, and he must have decided against throwing me overboard. So it was nothing, really. No! It looks like he wasn't joking when he said he'd lay his life on the line if he had to. Well, thanks to your efforts, we now know a little about the neighboring cabin. Hello. Hello, hon. Oh, no Wi-Fi. Oof. Yes, I understand. Oh. I bumped into a man claiming to be the greatest detective. A great detective a little while ago. Hand him over. I think his name was something like Herlock Sholmes. I don't think he was German, though. Ah, that explains it. Shall we compare notes, then? We can tell you what we found out. Yes, let's do it. I like this dude. What? Nikolina Pavlova. She's in the cabin next door? Oh. Do you know who she is? Please. What self-respecting ballet fan wouldn't know that graceful angel? Man dies. Oops, I think I upset him there. Well, that tells us the neighboring cabin is unrelated to the case, at least. Oh, how? Because angels don't go around committing crimes, do they? Oops, now I've definitely upset him. Inspector, has your investigation here proved fruitful? If I'm honest, there's very little more I can do. Our duty is to make sure the scene isn't disturbed, ready to hand over to the Hong Kong police. So I'm just keeping watch here, trying not to take my eyes off the job. Oh, I see. There is one thing. I do have a small piece of new information for you. Oh, what? Yes, please do, yes, do tell us, Inspector, please. Da-da-da-da-da-da. What is this new information you have, Inspector? It's this. The Burial's medical officer has finished his examination of the body. I managed to obtain the report. Oh, Kazuma's post-mortem report? Kazuma-sama. So, what was the cause of death? Damage to the cervical vertebrae. That's what's written in the report. His neck was broken? Yes, it would seem so. There were no wounds or other signs of injury. So at first, I think they were considering poison. But it turns out they found no trace of poison in his system at all. Well, what weapon was used then? Nothing has been found as yet. But the fact that there were no signs of a wound suggests it may have been a blunt object, something that wouldn't leave a mark. Oh, I see. Oh, the body's nerves run through the spine to the brain. A strong enough impact to the neck could induce death. It is a possibility, and no obvious wound would be left. Poor Kazuma. I have a second copy of the report. If it might be useful, you're welcome to have it. Really? Are you sure? Yes, it's fine. I trust you. Oh, I like him. After all, if I didn't trust you, I'd never have agreed to you leaving this cabin in the first place, would I? Aww. Oh, Mr. Sholmes was here, was he? Yes. He seemed to be enjoying himself a little too much as he crept about on the floor investigating. God! But then he suddenly left. I suppose he must have become bored. ADHD King! Did he say anything at all? Actually, now that you mention it, yes, just one thing. But he practically shouted it. His fingers clipping through his hat. I love when they have to, like, reuse animations, and sometimes they, like, just... Because he didn't have the hat before, so now it just clips through. I love that. It's shoe polish, was all he said. Shoe polish? Wonder what he meant. Oh, it must have been on the floor. It was when he was over there by the piece of broken glass. Do you see? Perhaps he was talking about this brick-colored mark. Do you think... yes, that must be it. But how could Mr. Sholmes know what that it's shoe polish? How could he know what shoe polish is? That leaves me cold, I'm afraid. I have no idea. What is it, Sada-san? Well, Kazuma-sama was wearing leather shoes with a very dark tan hue. Dark tan? A sort of dark brownish red, then. Yes, a little like the color of red wine, but darker. I often repaired them for him. Oh! Does this mean that this mark was made by the polish on Kazuma's shoes as they scuffed on the floor? That's really all I can tell you at this stage. I should return to my post. My fellow crewmen's eyes are boring into the back of my head. Yes, that might be for the best. Thank you. Poor Inspector. You look exhausted. Oh, no. Well... Aww, he looks like a kicked puppy. I feel terrible that I failed to protect Asugi-san. He was my responsibility. Aww. Of course, my pain is nothing compared to yours. You were his friends. The truth is, I seem to have had a heavy head ever since I woke up this morning. A heavy head? That's interesting. My head's still throbbing too. The heck happened to them? You can't go in there. Guess we'll... I don't think there's anything else we can really inspect. So this ventilator joins Miss Pavlova's cabin. Yes, that's right. And just a few minutes before he died, Kazuma saw something emerging from it. The speckled band, as he described it. If only Miss Pavlova had been able to shed some light on it, but she seemed as baffled as we were. We are. Yes, I wonder if she's telling us everything, though. I'm not sure. I know most people aboard would say the same about me, but there was something about that woman that just didn't sit right with me. Okay. Wait, actually, escape. Let's go out into the hallway. Maybe we'll spot a Sholmes. Sholmes? Is he here? Ah! Look, Naruhodo-san. Seaman Stroganov is gone. Strong enough? The burly Russian sailor who was always crossing his arms and glaring at us. All these Russian names are impossible to remember. His name is Biff Stroganov. It's a pretty rememberable name. Cha-la-la. Who's singing? Did you hear that? It sounded like someone singing. Sholmes! Cha-la-la, leery-lay. I did it the great detective way. This caroling. I know that lark-like voice. Well, never mind that now. This is a golden opportunity for us. Yes, you're right. We must seize it. Let's get inside Miss Pavlova's cabin while we can and investigate. Definitely, before that stringy knot crewman comes back. It's stroganoff, not stringy knot. Okay. Is our boy Sholmes in here? Where's he gonna be? Where's our boy? Miss Pavlova isn't back yet. Sasato-san? Oh. Where's she gone? Hey, what are you doing? Those are her private things. There's not a moment to waste, Naruhodo-san. We must investigate as quickly as we can. I suppose you're right, for Kazuma's sake. The trunk is open, I don't like that. Not just for Kazuma-sama. What do you mean? Does she trust you now? It can't be long now until we arrive at port in Hong Kong. I don't want you to be in those handcuffs when we get there. Really? We must solve this case, Naruhodo-san. By ourselves if we have to. Yes, we will. Whatever was in the box is out of the box now. Oh my! Miss Pavlova's case is open. It's completely empty inside, but according to the great detective's great deduction, she was hiding her special friend in there. Yes, a friend that she had to keep secret. Because you're not allowed to bring animals on board the SS Burya. I wonder what kind of animal she had in there. And more to the point, where is it now? I wonder what this little saucer is doing on the floor. Yes, it doesn't look like it's been dropped. More like it was put there deliberately. Ah, do you think there could be a leak in the roof just above here? What, a leak? Is this ship quite safe? I'm sure that even if there's a little leak on the roof, or in the roof, it doesn't mean the whole ship is going to sink. No, you're right. Of course you're right. She's really trying to persuade herself, isn't she? It would seem this teapot is empty. So the natural conclusion is that the Russians are a very thirsty people? Or because Miss Pavlova only came into this cabin last night, she hasn't had the chance to make any tea yet. I mean, it could be either. It's definitely that they're excessively thirsty. I'd lay 1,000 to 1 on that in it. What? You're rather obstinate, aren't you, Naruhodo-san? There are just a few books on the desk, nothing else, by the looks of it. Well, Miss Pavlova only ran away from the ballet last night. She's hardly occupied this cabin for any time at all. That's true. I wonder what kind of books she likes to read. Let me see. Yes, I see. It would... Holy cow. It would seem that Miss Pavlova enjoys reading books written in Russian. That's what I thought you were gonna say, Sasato. How did I know? Thanks. I think I probably already knew that. It's rude to ask too much of people, Naruhodo-san. Kindly remember that. God, I love them. I suppose every cabin has a waste paper basket. Shall we have a little look and see what's been thrown away? Naruhodo-san. It's poor etiquette to go shifting through someone's rubbish, you know. Those eyes. She's looking at me like I'm a piece of rubbish now. You belong in the trash can. She does the Sasato takedown and throws him in there. However, these are special circumstances, I think. Exactly. We have no choice. There's hardly anything in here at all. Oh, well, that's a little disappointing. So this ventilator connects to Kazuma's cabin next door. Yes, although what a fool a shipbuilder must be to open a ventilator into another room. Maybe it's so that if there's a gas leak next door, the occupant of this cabin would notice and raise the alarm? Or the occupants of both cabins would die of gas poisoning. That is a possibility. Anyway, last night, Kazuma wrote that he saw a speckled band coming out of this ventilator. Okay. There's one of these next to the bed in Kazuma's cabin, too. Yes, it's a bell cord. I can't resist. Sasato! She barely hesitated there, and she gave it a good tug, too. Please don't summon anyone into here. No, I didn't actually expect anyone to come. We don't want them to! We're trying to investigate its secret! Naruhodo-san, are you there? Sorry, I'm right here, yes? Why? Oh, good. I thought you might have climbed into the wardrobe when I wasn't looking. There's no place like home! Ah! Oh my god, she's so mean, but it's really funny. Believe me, I don't have some strange compulsion to jump inside every wardrobe I see, you know. Well, anyway, I'm not sure anyone could fit inside this one. It's full of beautiful outfits. I suppose they're all stage costumes. I was rather hoping we might find Miss Pavlova's friend hiding in there, but no such luck. All the books have been toppled over together. Look, every single one. Do you think that... that's a god of the sea, perhaps? He's toppled too, though. It looks exactly as the bookcase next door. In Kazuma's cabin. Perhaps Miss Pavlova was practicing a difficult ballet pose and fell against the bookcase. I don't know. Would she really be practicing ballet on the same night that she ran away from her ballet company? Alright then. It must have been you. You lost your temper and knocked them all over in a fit of rage. Not everything bad that happens on this ship is because of me, you know. Well, anyway, I'll set them all straight again in here, too. I don't like seeing things in disarray. Okay. Ah, yes. They're displayed in this cabin, too, look. The SS Buria's Rules of Passage. Passengers must not keep weapons or other dangerous objects in their cabins. Pets are also strictly forbidden. I suppose Miss Pavlova realized that she needed to keep the contents of her case a secret after she read this. Her special friend, I mean. I wonder where her friend has disappeared to now. It's probably having fun exploring the ship, I imagine. I just hope Seaman Stroganoff doesn't find it and throw it overboard. Oh, yes. So do I. Okay, I think we checked everything. I'm assuming it might have crawled into the other room. That's my guess, because it sure is not in here. I guess we can talk to this guy. Ew, where did you go? Oh, sorry, I just went to the next door cabin to investigate. Why? Who gave you permission for this? Well, Seaman Hosonaga did. That new Japanese, was it? Later, I will roll him into a ball and throw him in a cold room. No! Don't do that to him. Phew, he's gone back to guarding the door. I hope Inspector Hosonaga doesn't find himself in too much trouble on our account. He's really gone out of his way to help us, hasn't he? When I get back to Japan, we'll have to take him for a steak at La Carnival. That could be a very long time from now, Naruhodo-san. All these books are provided for passengers occupying this cabin, neatly arranged on the shelf. They were all over the place when we first looked around, if you remember. Oh, yes, and you tidied them up, didn't you? You have to look after the ship's property. Unruly behavior in the cabins leads to damage. But it really wasn't me who knocked them over. Well, anyway, I feel much better now that they're neatly lined up. I can't relax when things are untidy. Okay, we already... Nothing new's happening with the ventilator. I guess we'll look at this again. So it's clear these letters were written in the ink that was somehow spilt on the floor. And they spell the Russian word for wardrobe. It does seem to be an unambiguous pointer to you, Naruhodo-san, as you were sleeping in there. But to be truly unambiguous, it should have been spelled out, it should have spelled out my name, don't you think? Well, either way, one fact remains. It's hard to imagine that Kazuma-sama would have written his last words or word in Russian. Which begs the question of who did write it. It really is such a beautiful color, this glass. It looks like whatever it was broke clean in two. But the other half's nowhere to be seen. And then there's this, the brick-colored mark. Which is shoe polish, according to that great detective you seem to know all about. I suppose it must be from Kazuma-sama's shoes. Maybe, but what I'd like to know is, how can the detective be so sure it's shoe polish and not something else? Because he's a great detective, of course. That's hardly a reason, is it? Okay. Escape. Bam, bam, bam. There he is! I was expecting to see him. There he is! He sure is looking really closely at that closed book. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Oh. Ow. Ooh. Oh, it's Mr. Sholmes, look. Wow, you never know when he's gonna turn up next, do you? Yep. He seems to be stealing a look at something as he sings to himself. Oh my god, this nerd. He's still singing. Do you think he hasn't noticed us? Or he's simply in extremely high spirits? Yes, there were times, I'm sure you knew, when the yard bit off more than it could chew. And through it all, when there was doubt, it's lucky Herlock was about. Excuse me? I solved it all and I stood tall. Was it Is this a parody of... I did it the great detective way. Mr. Sholmes! Oh my god. That's where that sprite plays. God. Ah! What is it? You want to fight him? Honestly, interrupting a fellow when he's singing. And I was just about to reach the climatic finish. Sorry, I thought you were never going to stop, so I figured now is as good a time as any. I nearly dropped you to the floor with one of my famous right hooks. Alright, I get the picture. Now, could you put those fists away? Mr. Sholmes, you seem to be examining something before we interrupted you. Ah, yes, that. I was immersed in study of the ship's log, as penned by the stockily built crewman who's usually on guard here. Oh, yes, the ship's log. And did you find anything useful from it? Well, after 2 a.m. this morning, the majority of entries are blank. Which means that there was nothing to report. Nothing of note happened, so... You truly are a student from the land of the rising sun. You've been utterly blinded by it. Sorry? Your logic, my boy, is inverted. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Observe the other pages, and all shall become clear. It would seem the same crewman oft stands sentry in this first-class passageway. And he has an almost religious practice of recording nothing to report every half hour. Oh, he writes that in every 30 minutes? Nothing to report? Precisely. Put simply, the seaman writes nothing to report when there is just that. And yet... The ship's log from last night is largely blank. He didn't even write nothing to report. Do you mean... Yes, there were circumstances afoot last night, which led to the seaman being absent from his post. What kind of circumstances? What happened? That remains a mystery for now. But we can be sure something significant took place. So significant that it caused the seaman to forget his regular habit of scribbling nothing to report in the log. These are important details. I would stake my life on it. You must log the ship's log in your mental file. The ship's log has been entered into the court record. Now that deduction was worthy of a great detective. Ah, you're starting to understand what my way is, I see. What makes Sholmes brilliance. Oh, ouch. What is it? Are you hurt? Oh, don't worry yourself. I seem to be afflicted with a throbbing head this morning for some reason. Nothing more. Well, my friends, until our next encounter. He's still singing to himself. I can hear it as he wanders down the passageway. Is something wrong, Sasato-san? You seem lost in thought. It's just... well, I feel the same. Sorry? Ever since I woke this morning, I've had something of a headache. A sort of continuous throbbing. Oh, you too? Why does everyone have a headache? Ah! What's that? Oh my god. Did the emergency alarm get pulled? What is going on? Shut the engines immediately! Vessel sighted a quarter-mile 4. Full stop. Hard to starboard. All hands brace for impact. What the? I think we're about to crash into another ship. What? I can't stand. Sasato-san. Ah, hold on a minute. Now they're dead. Sasato-san, are you alright? Are you injured at all? I think I'm fine. Thank you, Naruhodo-san. Oh god. It looks like we avoided a collision. I think... yes, the ship's come to a stop. Oh my goodness, what about you, Naruhodo-san? Are you hurt? No, I'm fine. Uh-oh. Hello? Is anyone in there? Show if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosanaga. Is that you in there, Naruhodo-san? Unbolt the door, quickly. What? Or what? The bolt? Look at that. The door's bolted. Did you do that, Sasato-san? No, I didn't touch it. Well, that's strange. How did... and... look at all the books. They're just like they were before again. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Does that mean that the ship, like, stopped at some point? The night of the murder? And that's why the door locked? You made a sharp stop. It was originally unlocked, but then it was locked by the ship stopping. I don't know, man. Naruhodo-san, aren't you going to open the door and let the inspector in? Yeah. I'd better tidy this place up first. New object on the floor. Our violent emergency stop has solved one mystery, at least, in a very vivid way. But I knew that what awaited us on the other side of the cabin door would not be pleasant. I hurried around, tidying up the cabin with a new sense of foreboding in my heart. Uh-oh. That was a short investigation segment. Dang. Is there an investigation part 3? Okay, it is part 3. Cool. Somehow, the door to the cabin we were in ended up bolted after we made an emergency stop. Sasato-san took a deep breath, then gently slid back the bolt. We're gonna get punched to death. You, what are you doing in Miss Pavlova's quarters? You were both unhurt. Good. Yes, we're fine, thank you. What on earth happened? We heard something about how we were going to collide with another ship. Yes, it appears to have been a false report, though. Oh, how did that happen? There's a dense fog outside, so it's extremely difficult to see. Someone must have thought he saw a ship ahead. This person obviously triggered the alarm, and that's why we made an emergency stop. Everything is chaos. Passengers are screaming, crew are running everywhere. This first-class area is the only quiet part of the ship at the moment. Oh, I see. Someone triggered the alarm. Does that mean that someone pressed that button outside? Ah! You wicked intruder dressed all in black, you are the devil! Sorry, me? I've been called a lot of things before, but devil is a first. You opened my traveling case, how could you? What? No, we didn't touch it. That's right, Miss Pavlova. It was already open when we came into your cabin. Inspector. Yes? Arrest this man. I know he did it. He's a criminal. Is it not enough that he killed a man? Duh! He's a stowaway as well. If Vixen promises not to steal chicken, do you believe? Take him away. He's a trespasser. As well as everything else. Stowing away, trespassing, killing. She's right, you are devil. It doesn't look good, does it? There is cell below deck. Throw him in. Tomorrow we dock in Hong Kong. Then we give you straight to police. Wait, a cell? Please, Inspector Hosonaga. Is there nothing you can do? This is a Russian vessel. I really have no jurisdiction here. After my last effort to appeal to the captain's good nature, I think I'm out of options. This is terrible. This is a real crisis. I've got to find a solution. Immediately. What is he doing? Erlock! What the? What are you doing up there? Oh my god. It's MQ's profile picture! Mr. Sholmes? My god. Naturally, I was analyzing what a weight of 20,000 rubles feels like on one's head. My god. He wanted to feel pretty. Have I not told you that as a detective it's my business to know what other people do not? This isn't mere tomfoolery, my boy. No. Well, why were you hanging from the hook before then? Isn't it obvious? To properly assess the weight of the 20,000 rubles. Naturally. Oh my god. He's so dumb, I love him. I wish to determine if it would bend that conceited-looking hook on the wall, so full of brag and bounce. I never know whether to take this man seriously or not. You again, the great detective. Ah, Inspector. I confessed I've been looking for you. I have something to report to you most urgently. Well, you might try looking for me somewhere other than a hook on the wall next time. What is to report? Speak. An urgent report from a great detective can only mean one thing. Yes. The case of the curious murder that took place last night, here on this vessel, the steamship Buria, has been solved. By me, naturally. What? Really? Yes, I have eliminated all other possibilities. No explanations exist. So, allow me to illuminate all your minds. For I'm about to reveal my great detective's greatly admired great deduction to the case. Ha! You've solved it? Even Hedgehog understands this case. We all knew who was responsible for killing Student Boy this morning, when we found the criminal in wardrobe. It is the stowaway, and he has handcuffs to prove it. I didn't do it! The trouble is, there doesn't appear to be anyone else who could have killed the victim. Because, as everyone knows, the cabin door was bolted shut from the inside. That means the culprit must be someone who was inside the cabin. Yes, it's what's called a locked room mystery in detective stories. Duh, locked room, that is the point. The room was locked. Well, I can't deny that. There's no way the bolt could have drawn across from outside the cabin. You are all quite mistaken. The cabin next door is not a so-called locked room at all. What? Oh yes, there is another entrance. An entrance used last night by the culprit in order to gain access to the cabin despite the bolted door. What other entrance? We never discovered one. Why, it gapes open-mouthed at you, even as we speak. The ventilator, man. The ventilator? You think this is funny? I cannot even put my arm through that hole. That's because your arms are as thick as tree trunks. You are suggesting that the culprit entered and left the victim's cabin through that tiny opening. It is not possible. Ah, but it is. And last night, the victim even witnessed the intruder in the act of passing through the ventilator. Mr. Sholmes, what do you mean? Are you referring to the words Kazuma-sama wrote in his diary? 1:23 a.m., I can hear a faint whistling sound. 1:35 a.m., what looks like some sort of speckled band is dangling from the ventilator grill. Oh my god. Precisely, my dear madam. But what does it mean? What is this speckled band? The answer to that particular conundrum is in this very cabin. Snake located. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing? There is a distinct element of danger, but fear not, I am ready. What I'm about to expose for you all will shock you to your cores. Behold, a snake! Ah! What the? Oh my god. Allow me to introduce you all to the band. The speckled band. A snake? Indubitably. Mr. Sholmes, just one thing. Pray, what troubles you? Well, that snake isn't really speckled, is it? It looks more stripy, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. I think in this case you would have to call it the striped band, wouldn't you? Shobes. You both see and observe without distinction, however. Do you not think that is precisely the trap into which the culprit wishes you to fall? Oh goodness, really? It's a trap? How exactly? I think perhaps it's time I explained the intricacies of my train of thought. Are you ready, Miss Pavlova? I'm sorry for the young man who died, but that is all. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. There are two conclusions I've drawn from the facts. Number one, last night your friend infiltrated the victim's cabin. Whoops. Ah. And number two, that same friend was responsible for the victim losing his life. No. She turned as white as a bowl of rice again. Sholmes must be right. He's hit the nail on the head. This young woman's friend killed Mr. Ostogi. Get the snake off his head! It looks like he can't speak with that snake coiled around his head. I would advise as little movement as possible, Seaman. You wouldn't want the fangs of that long friend in your neck. So everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Yay, logic circus. Miss Pavlova, moments ago you claimed the following. His death has nothing to do with me. This whole thing has nothing to do with me. Yet you cannot deceive yourself. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, your aching heart smarts with pain. And it's that very pain that evidences your, inexorable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin on that portentous night? What naturally, it was the friend with which you boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I expected. Yet another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. And yet, that fact leaves us in quandary. The victim's written observations on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit the description in any way. What explanation can we then give, pray? What was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night? No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of this. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that which you're trying to hide, but failing to conceal can only be the snake sloth's skin. Evidently, after the subtle and horrible crime, this most deadly friend of yours shed its original skin, no? I don't know what you're talking about. Last night, through the ventilator visible in this cabin, your then speckled friend slithered next door. Using the bell cord on the other side as a bridge, the serpent silently descended into the victim's quarters. In the dim light, it appeared the young gentleman who was about to lose his life as a speckled band. In summary, the nature of this friend of yours, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a rare breed of snake whose markings change each time it sloths its skin. A snake so dreadful we can only imagine it would be found in the deepest depths of India. A beloved speckled snake. Moving on. We come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data of which I have appraised, it would appear there were no visible signs of injury. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. The almost, but not quite, imperceivable puncture wounds left by the venomous fangs will seal the truth. Yes, the vestigials of the snake bite delivered by your terrifying friend. This makes no sense! There's no point feigning ignorance, Miss Pavlova. After the incident, you endeavored to hide everything, didn't you? But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you hid the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. When we first met in this cabin, it came to my attention that your case moved periodically. Your serpent assassin was restless inside, no doubt. You don't... It is telling that the victim made a note of a low whistling sound that he heard minutes before his end. That was your signal, was it not? The sound you had used to train your serpent friend. To train? Indeed, you put the serpent through this ventilator and wait. After a period, you summon it back with a whistle. You couldn't know if the animal had done its duty, but... So you listened for signs of life next door. If the victim appeared to not have been dispatched, you'd release the snake once more. Do you deny this snake has undergone such training? It's not true. Having slithered through the ventilator and down the bell cord, the creature need only sink its fangs in once. And the venom would course through the victim's veins, ending his existence forever. That is the true nature of the speckled band that took the poor young man's life. There can be no doubt. My logic is infallible. That concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of the speckled band. Miss Pavlova has trained her pet snake as a killing machine. There on the floor you observe a saucer of milk. The promise of food is the key to training any creature. Incredible! You've solved the mystery. Amazing! Your great deduction really lives up to its name. Now I see why Herlock Sholmes has become such a household name. My dear man, it was nothing remarkable. As the Russians say, I could have done it with one left hand. Could I venture an opinion, Mr. Sholmes? But of course. What's on your mind? It's just about your deductions before. Some things don't quite make sense to me. I welcome questions as to my method, and will answer both loudly and proudly. Oh, well, good. First of all, snakes are egg-laying creatures, part of the reptile family. You are well informed, madame. And reptiles, don't drink milk. Ah. It's really only mammals that like to drink milk, you see. So, I'm not sure it'd be possible to train a snake using milk as a reward. No matter. No doubt Miss Pavlova used some sort of other treat to encourage a pet to do her bidding. Milk was merely an example. The logic holds. Well, there is something else. Snakes have no ears. Ah. Yes, so I'm not sure it'd really be possible to signal a snake by whistling. But madame, what of the tales of Arabia? Have you not heard of the snakes that dance to the sound of a flute? I think perhaps the performers played their music in time with the snake's natural movements. Oh, I see. No hands, no feet, no ears? These creatures are so inept as to be practically useless. Don't take it out on the snakes, Mr. Sholmes. There is one other thing. You have more? Snakes use the scales on their bellies to propel themselves. So, I'm not really sure that snakes could manage to climb up a flat bell cord like the ones in these cabins. Then it should try harder. Please don't be angry with me, Mr. Sholmes. The point is, even if the snake had gone through the ventilator in the cabin, or next door cabin, it couldn't have come back without help. What I'm trying to say... is that there are a number of reasons why it's difficult to imagine the snake could have been a part of this. Had a part in this. I think we need to step in and help again, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh no, you don't mean... Yes, we need to modify Mr. Sholm's latest deductions, and turn them into the great ones they ought to be. I had a feeling this was coming. Alright, let's give it a try. Just what I was waiting for, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, right. So, cast your eyes down to your wrists again. What? You've done it again! Wait, your handcuffs are gone. Where did they go? Fear not, I shall see they're restored after your work is done. You really wish you'd leave them off. Now everyone, let us begin. Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. Course correction. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. I'm going to save because you can mess up the investigations. Okay. And yet you cannot deceive yourself. Okay. It has something to do with her. She does have a pained expression on her face. Yes, that's true. She looks as though Kazuma-san's death is weighing heavily on her mind. But you're not sure Mr. Sholmes has read her quite correctly, is that it? Could there be some way to interpret her expression then? Let's take a moment and really look closely at Miss Pavlova. Scratch on her hand. She has a cat! Oh, Naruhodo-san! Look! That looks like a very painful wound. Looks like a scratch made by some kind of small animal. Fairly recently, too. Well, whatever scratched her doesn't appear to be around here. What else caused her pain? Oh, we have to present. Yes. Yes, when you recall those horrid events, that claw scratch smarts with pain. Indeed, and simple observation reveals that the wound is fresh. Miss Pavlova, did you in fact receive that scratch sometime last night? Ah! When I think about the young man who died next door, I feel so sad. When I'm sad, the pain from this wound is worse. And it is that very pain that evidences your inextricable link to the victim's death. So we ask, what was the nature of this intruder that stole into the victim's cabin? Okay. Why, naturally, it was the friend in which he boarded this vessel, was it not? Ah, as I suspected, another telltale glance. Without a doubt, your friend is the writhing serpent we see before us. No, it's a cat. Seems like that scratch mark on the back of Miss Pavlova's hand was made by this friend of hers, doesn't it? Except, snakes don't have claws, do they? No, they don't. They don't even have hands or feet, which claws might grow. Well then, if that snake isn't her pet, what is? What's the true identity of this friend of hers? We should follow her gaze, Naruhodo-san. And that's where we'll find the answer. Aww. Oh, look at the photograph look at the photograph in this frame. It must be something Miss Pavlova brought with her when she ran away. She's exceptionally beautiful, isn't she? Yes, that's true, but personally, it's the little black creature she's holding that's caught my eye. Maybe we'd better take a closer look at this. Little kitten, little baby. Baby.
Yes!
Okay, I got distracted. Without no doubt, your friend is the little kitten we see before us. Yes, the scratch on the back of your hand makes that abundantly clear. Oh no. Did the kitten get eaten? The whereabouts of this black kitten isn't clear, but what is clear is that you brought the animal with you when you ran away. Didn't you? Ah. Darka is my best friend. I couldn't leave her behind. Darka would appear to be a Russian blue. And yet, that fact leaves us in a quandary. The victim's written observation on the night in question tell of a speckled band. Whereas, regrettably, this specimen's markings do not fit that description in any way. What explanation can we give, pray? That was this sight that fell upon the victim's eyes last night. No, don't look at me. This has nothing to do with any of it. Oh, but it does. You have the answer to this quandary even now, hidden behind your back. Yes, that of which you're trying and failing to conceal, the snake's sloth's skin. Did you see that? She just took something out of her pocket and hid it behind her back. If she just left it in her pocket, no one would have ever known. Oh, yes, ploys like that are Mr. Shum's specialty. He even so cleverly forced her to reveal something. I thought deduction was a specialty. Or maybe making me believe that was a ploy too. Anyway, I find it hard to believe that that's the skin of a snake. In which case, just what is Miss Pavlova hiding behind her back? Well, it is speckled, and it is a band, but what is it? It seems to be soft and fluffy, a long piece of cloth of some sort. And it looks like a handle at one end. I think it might be a cat's toy. This sort is common in the West, apparently. How is that a toy for cats?
Cats like to chase the band around and paw at it. Kittens in particular love that sort of play. You only need to wave it in front of them and they pounce to catch it. Haha, that sounds positively adorable. Aww.
Yes!
Yes, the thing you're trying but failing to conceal is, a cat's toy. Precisely in the true nature of that now infamous speckled band. Ah. And it was this toy that you dangled through the ventilator. You waved it around, I presume. Naturally, the victim could not fail to notice it. But why? For what reason? My dear boy, there can only be one answer to that. After her feline friend disappeared through the ventilator into the neighbor's cabin, Miss Pavlova attempted to use the speckled cat toy to incite the creature to return. Ah. In summary, the nature of this friend of Miss Pavlova's, which last night infiltrated the scene of the crime, is a blithesome Russian blue breed of cat by the name of Darka. Kya! A truly troublesome feline young Darka is proving to be. She must be caged once found. You'll forgive us for borrowing the photograph of your pet, Miss Pavlova. Okay. It was after I gave her food last night. That was when it happened. She scratched the back of my hand and then ran up the bell cord. Before I could do anything, she had disappeared through the ventilator. Darka, she's so naughty. A beloved kitten. Your baby. Ugh. Moving on. When we come to the heart of the matter, the grim demise of the victim. How did this young man lose his life, and why? According to the data which I have apprised, no visible signs of injury. Ah. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death can only be explained by a terrible venom. What Mr. Sholmes says is true. There were no signs of a wound anywhere on Kazuma-sama's body. That's right. But Mr. Sholmes seems to be unaware of one very important detail. Kazuma wasn't poisoned. Yes, it would seem so. Let's give him the information he's missing now.
Yes!
Oh my god. In fact, the circumstances of the victim's death could only be explained by the post-mortem report. Ah, yes. I knew it was one or the other. His neck was... Indeed, the breaking of the cervical membrane is fatal. Only that Goliath would be strong enough to survive that. Seaman Stroganoff isn't some immortal freak, you know. The jury is out. Anyway, we have on good authority that the victim's neck was broken. Now, if we take that as fact, we can reasonably imagine that there remains evidence to affirm it at the scene of the crime. Oh no, could there be? Yes, an examination of the deceased body will prove the cause of death conclusively. Kazuma died because his neck was broken. In other words, he was probably struck by something or someone. Yes, that's a distinct possibility. As of yet, no weapon has been found, though. Presumably Darka didn't silently creep up behind Kazuma and deal him a fatal blow. I suppose it's possible he had fallen at the ground awkwardly. Could have been a terrible act of misfortune that he broke his neck completely by accident. Oh yes, a bad fall could explain it. It's rather hard to believe of Kazuma-sama, though. He wasn't a clumsy man. Well, we need to fix this deduction somehow. Is there anything from the scene that could explain what happened? Okay, I'm gonna save here. Explain what happened. Gonna go with this. Did he like trip on the cat?
Yes!
Yes, an examination of the mark on the floor will prove the cause of death conclusively. This particular mark, so prominently visible next to the victim's body, is a deposit of shoe polish. Shoe polish? Indeed, positively identified by a little analysis device I constructed, which I carry now as a matter of fact. Beeswax, tallow, and dye were my results. The undeniable ingredients of shoe polish. And the color of the polish is a perfect match to the color of Mr. Asagi's laced leather shoes. Looking at this mark, it's not hard to imagine what happened. For some reason, Mr. Asagi must have caught his foot at some point on the floor and tripped. Please, no. And by a dreadful turn of misfortune, caught his neck against some immovable object as he fell to the floor, suffering a fatal blow to the spine. The victim's vertebrae shattered, and in that instant he lost his life. No! I don't know anything about this. Not really true, Miss Pavlova. What about the evidence left at the scene where Mr. Asagi lost his life? Yes, the facts are as clear as day to me. You did all you could to conceal the incriminating evidence. But now your involuntary glance betrays the hiding place you chose. That's right, you had the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that traveling case. I don't believe it. Kazuma-sama merely tripped over and now he's no more? It can't be true. I refuse to accept it. I know it's hard to believe, but the mark on the floor does seem to suggest that that's what happened. But... And if this part of Mr. Shulm's deduction is right, Miss Pavlova is trying to hide some evidence that would prove it. Here in this cabin, somewhere in the direction she just cast her eyes. Where, I wonder? Let's have a good look around. The answer must be somewhere. Dun, 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 dun. Ah, somebody appears to have dropped 20,000 rubles here. It hasn't been dropped, Naruhodo-san. It's been placed. I'm starting to sound like Mr. Sholmes. Stop trying to sound like the great detective. This is where Miss Pavlova hit her friend. That's right. And it wasn't a snake after all. No, it was that little kitten she calls Darka. Not that it's anywhere to be seen now. It seems to have let itself out of the case and gone exploring. I expect it's wrapped itself around someone's head somewhere, trying to make a new friend. Either that or it's scratching their hand to pieces. The point is, where has it got to? This is a waste paper basket. Perhaps all the first-class cabins have them. But Miss Pavlova only started occupying this cabin late last night. Presumably there's not much rubbish in there yet. Oh, what's that? It's a broken piece of glass, isn't it? Yes, it is. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It looks familiar. Perhaps more than your mind simply playing tricks on you.
Yes!
That's right, you hit the evidence that links you to the victim's death in that waste paper basket. Ah! Here we have a fragment of some intricate glass object. It would seem one that has a familiar air, in fact. Ugh. Precisely, we found another piece of broken glass on the floor in Mr. Asagi's cabin. And as you can see, the two pieces fit together perfectly. Oh no. So, Miss Pavlova, shall we consider what this tells us? Why would it be that a part of this glass object, which was evidently broken at the scene of the victim's death, should be found in the waste paper basket in your cabin? Yeah. You're well acquainted with this glass bell, are you not? I don't know, and that hush Russian accent of yours won't save you this time, dear girl. Why? Because we have conclusive evidence linking you to the bell in question. What? Take it away, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. The evidence linking Miss Pavlova to the little glass bell, that would be... Okay.
Yes!
If you look at this photograph, you can clearly see, hanging from darkest color, the very glass bell in question. The truth is caught up with you, Miss Pavlova. The young man who lost his life last night did so after an unscrupulous fall. And the cause of that fateful stumble? Your absent feline friend, Darka. I couldn't. I couldn't tell anyone. I'm sorry. Death by tripping over a cat. God. Why don't you tell us now, Miss Pavlova? Tell us exactly what happened last night. It was a little after 1 in the morning. It was so late I hadn't had time to feed Darka. So I gave her some food. And then all of a sudden, she scratched me and jumped out of my hands. People do say cats become very anxious and nervous in new environments. She was so fast, she disappeared through the ventilator before I could stop her. And that was how you acquired the rather nasty wound on the back of your hand, I take it. Yes. And I had to read the, rules on the wall. I knew I was not allowed Darko with me. Yes, modern science suggests that animals can carry infectious disease. It's a precaution, really. So I listened and listened, trying to hear if there was some noise in the next cabin. It was very quiet. I was sure if someone was there, he must be sleeping. So at that point, I thought it was safe to try and lure the kitten back. Or wait, no, that was Sholmes. By dangling the end of the toy through the ventilator into the adjoining cabin. Dark always loved this toy, and it didn't work. Nothing worked. I tried using her favorite toy, I tried whistling to her softly, but nothing. She didn't return. So the faint whistling sound Kazuma wrote about in his diary was Miss Pavlova trying to retrieve her pet. Cats have a propensity to remain hidden in the shadows when frightened. Yes, so there was nothing else I could do. I just had to wait until she had calmed down. But then... I nearly passed out with shock. I heard her cry out and then... Oh, it was such a dreadful bang. Then afterwards, nothing. It was totally silent. Kazuma was... From the appearance of the brown mark on the floor, it seems likely that what you heard was the victim stepping on the glass bell and tripping up. The SS Burya is a large vessel, but even she can pitch and roll violently without warning. Mr. Asagi was already off balance as a result from the ship lurching when the kitten got under his feet. The combination of unfortunate factors could easily have caused him to fall over. But what became of the kitten afterwards? In the end, I managed to get her to come back through the ventilator. Yet Darka is nowhere to be seen. I must have forgotten to lock my case. And now she's disappeared again. Gracious, that cat is as insufferably restless as I am. Well, he knows something about himself, at least. When I woke up this morning, I heard that young man in the cabin next to mine had died. I couldn't bring myself to tell anyone what had happened. I was too scared. Scared that they would send me back. Oh, hold on a minute. What about the snake? You're right. Where is it? If that snake isn't your friend, Miss Pavlova, then whose is it? And where did it come from? He's... Oh no! Is it his friend now? What on earth is such a dangerous creature doing on board this ship? Oh, I didn't say. Snake is my friend. His name is... Pyrazirko. What? What? That snake belongs to you. He escaped from cage when emergency alarm sounded. I was looking for him. Did not expect to find him in here. Yes, how did that snake get into this cabin? But... animals are not permitted on board! Ah, we are at sea for 1 year. You want to be so long without close friend? Without someone who understands? Couldn't you find someone a little more human who understands you better? But my dear burly fellow, a gargantuan venomous snake. Surely you can appreciate the danger you're putting everyone in? No venom. Pirozoko does not have venom. He is harmless, very long, but very gentle. He is adorable like Granny. Oh my god. It's venomless. Yes. Now he is hungry, so he is in bad mood. But once I feed him, you will see Big Smile. And you feed him what? Milk, I suppose? Ha! Like they say milk chickens. Like they say they milk chickens. Ridiculous. Snakes that drink milk are only in stupid stories. Pirozoko eats mouses. Big fat round mouses. Ah, oh, so... is that what the mousetrap in the passageway out there is for? Of course. How else can I catch my friend's favorite food? Nothing says top of the food chain like a look in their eyes right now. Sholmes is dead inside. It refuses to drink milk. It can't hear a whistle. It can't climb up a bell cord. And it's not even venomous? How the deuce did something so inept land a starring role? It is not my fault. I did not make up stories. My Pirozoko has nothing to do with this incident. So that's what happened. That's the truth behind my best friend's tragic death? Oh my god. Yeah, he does. Like, I described, him as, like, a mix of a JoJo's Bizarre Adventure character and Kanji from Persona 4, if you know about him. Miss Pavlova. I understand the difficult situation you found yourself in, and I do sympathize. But please remember this. A young man lost his life. If you're going to attempt to cover up your guilt with lies, then no matter what the circumstances, I cannot forgive you. But what are you talking about, Miss Mikotaba? What lies? Miss Pavlova just confessed everything. It was just a series of unfortunate events, an accident. Uh-oh. I'm no great detective like Mr. Sholmes. I don't have a gift for knowing the truth. But even I can see that was not the truth. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? To be perfectly honest, yes. There's a discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story. I'm sure of it, I just can't quite put my finger on it. I confess. I was intending to let Scotland Yard deal with any outstanding issues on this matter. Oh? I'm only present here for a very specific reason. The truth is, you, Mr. Naruhodo, are simply a distraction. A distraction? I hope you're not been finding your shackles too uncomfortable. Not again! When did he do that? Especially as they're on your wrist as a result of my intervention. I was rather hoping I could resolve matters before we made our next port call. You were... Mr. Sholmes? Yes, but I overlooked one important detail. The deceased young man was a very close companion of yours. Was he not? Yes, Kazuma was my closest friend. I owed him my freedom, even. In that case, we must follow this to its conclusion. No further distractions. You must uncover the real truth here, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, whatever that might be. The key to this is the discrepancy in Miss Pavlova's story, I'm sure. If I can chase that down, maybe the truth will become clear. The truth about how you really died. And how that scene in your cabin really came to be. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Naruhodo. So then, shall we begin? Yes. What we should ponder first is the victim who lost his life in a cabin that was bolted shut from the inside. Was this truly an unfortunate accident? Or was it in fact no accident at all? That is what we must establish at the first instance. But we've already established it, have we not? Haven't we? The man tripped over the kitten that had climbed into his cabin via the ventilator. Tragic, yes, but still an accident.
Hold it!
You said hold it? Oh, it was him. Wait, let's just take a step back. It doesn't make sense if that's really what happened, does it? I'm going to have to ask you to spell it out for me, I'm afraid. Yes, it's starting to take shape now. There's a clear contradiction between the facts and Miss Pavlova's story here. The evidence is right, there in Kazuma's cabin. It's undeniable. Okay, I'm gonna save. His death couldn't possibly have been a mere accident. Really? Let us show our hand, Mr. Naruhodo. Time to present the evidence. The evidence that proves unequivocally that the victim's death was no mere accident. I'm gonna say it's the fact that the Russian word for that.
Yes!
The truth is clearly recorded in this photographic print. There's no way Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. That script is Russian, isn't it? Oh, that script, it's Russian, isn't it? Indeed it is. The word written means wardrobe. See what you mean. Most people would leave a dying message in their native tongue. Japanese in this case. But maybe he was studying Russian. It is a simple language. He could have picked it up very fast. That doesn't seem likely. That's actually not the point. It makes no difference whether he knew Russian or not. Sorry? What do you mean? Exactly what I said before. There was no way Mr. Asagi could have left this message on the floor. The reason why is clearly explained in here. Damage to the cervical membrane vertebrae, resulting in instant death. Instant death. Ah. Which means after the victim fell on the floor, he couldn't have possibly written anything. Because he was already dead. That's not the only reason either. There's something else we found in Mr. Asagi's cabin. A remnant of something that couldn't possibly have been there. If what Miss Pavlova told us was true. What? So, Susato-san has noticed it too then? Putting this message on the floor aside, there's something else that gives the truth away. Another piece of evidence that proves it was no mere accident. In other words... I'm going to save here, cause... Speckled band... Autopsy report... Ooh! Half the bell was missing.
Yes!
This piece of broken glass next to the mark on the floor. But that's the glass bell the kitten had around its neck. We already know all about that. It was broken in half when the victim tripped over the cat and fell. So we already have a satisfactory explanation. Where's the flaw in that logic? Unfortunately, there is a very big flaw. A fatal flaw. What? If that's what really happened... then how did one half of the bell end up back here in this cabin? Ah. Yes, remember when we found the other half of the glass bell in that waste paper basket? Would you care to explain that, Miss Pavlova? Oh no. Both these pieces of evidence clearly point to the same conclusion. That when Mr. Asagi died last night in his cabin, there was someone else in the room. And that same person deliberately arranged the scene to disguise the truth, in order to cover up his or her own guilt. Yeah. Yes, there was someone else present in Mr. Asagi's... You are wasting time. Someone else was there, duh, of course, we know this. What are you talking about? Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. There was no way in or out. Oh, yes. And only one other person in cabin when young student died was you.
Yes!
It's true, I was in the cabin when it happened. You were shut inside the cabin wardrobe, to be precise about the details. But I don't know Russian. There's no way I could have left that message. Not would have. There's no way you could have left that message. To be precise about the details. Would you mind? Forgive me, my dear fellow. As I was saying, the person in question wrote the word wardrobe in Russian on the floor, in an attempt to incriminate me for the crime, even though I had been asleep in there the entire time. And then the same person picked up the broken glass bell that had fallen on the floor, for fear of it becoming evidence that would show how Mr. Asagi really died. But why wouldn't this person have taken all the pieces of the bell away? Leaving half behind was always going to raise questions. Yes, well, it was past 1 o'clock in the early hours of the morning. The cabin would have been quite dark. The single small lump suspended from the ceiling would barely have cast any light on the floor there. Little wonder, then, that the culprit failed to notice a fragment of the tiny item. You all suspect me, don't you? Seaman Stroganoff? Nina is woman of sea. She is daughter of strong sailor. 2 years ago, they noticed her dancing skills and she went away to join ballet company. But before, she was dancer on this ship, a member of ship's band. You do not accuse ship's angel of being criminal. So that's it? You say that when young student died, Nina was there in his cabin. But that is not possible. I give my tooth. Well, this is almost interesting. And why would you give your tooth, pray? How can you be so sure? Humph, you are a great detective, you should know. The door was bolted shut. Look truth in eyes. Captain Bulkhead was bolted shut from inside. Cabin bulkhead. Nobody could go into cabin, not Nina, not anyone. Or you want to tell me a killer can walk through locked doors? Nyet! It's impossible.
He's right.
But wait, I've read about this in detective stories. People often tie threads around door latches so they can open and close them from the outside.
Thread? Are you stupid? These bulkheads are not barn doors. Certainly not. These are watertight doors, as one would expect to find on any modern steamship. Constructed of heavy steel, with not a gap in sight, no threads or needles or magnets could have been used.
No, of course not. I thought so too. But Mr. Naruhodo suggested it earlier, so...
Sato-san, how could you shift it onto me like that?
So Seaman Stroganoff has a valid point. The cabin door couldn't have been bolted shut from the outside. Not necessarily. What? I put it to you I could bolt this cabin door without laying a finger on it. And in this very cabin, we can see traces of the method I have in mind having been used before. I don't believe it. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe you know what I mean, don't you? A way to shut the bolt of a cabin door from the outside. One way does spring to mind, yes.
Do you really know what Mr. Shell means, Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, and so should you, because we've seen it happen. Indeed we have. So, would you care to do the honors, Mr. Naruhodo? Point. Bolts across from the outside. The books. Look at the bookcase here. See how all the books and things have toppled over?
That must have happened when the ship made its emergency stop before.
Yes, that's right. It's a very powerful vessel after all. When the engines are thrown into reverse, a violent jolt goes across the entire ship. Any small objects that aren't fastened down are bound to fall over.
I believe, yes. It's what's known as the force of inertia, acting on the objects.
Is there nothing Sasato-san doesn't know? Or that isn't in her book, at least. Well, whatever it's called, the same force that pushed over those books on the bookcase also made something else in this cabin move. The bolt on the cabin door. Ah! It was very obvious just after the emergency stop that the ship made earlier. We had come into this cabin not long before, and we hadn't bolted the door. But then... Hello? Is anybody there? Shout if you need assistance. Oh, that sounds like... Inspector Hosonaga.
Oh, yes! That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across the locked door.
Oh. Sue the Shoe, thank you for the follow. Thank you.
That's it! When the ship stopped suddenly, the bolt flew across and locked the door.
Yes, it's made of metal, but it's small and light enough to be moved by the ship's sudden change of speed. Or the force of an inertia, as you would like to call it.
Are you trying to say that last night, after Mr. Asagi was killed, the SS Burya made another emergency stop?
When I woke up this morning and looked around the cabin, I thought it looked a little odd. All the books on the shelves are toppled over, and all the ornaments... It was almost as somebody had run their hands across the shelves and deliberately knocked over everything.
Oh yes, I remember that. And I stood them all up again, didn't I?
Then when we came into this cabin, we were surprised to see the same thing in here. All the books and everything had toppled over, just like in Mr. Asagi's cabin.
Oh my!
Do you have anything to say about this, Miss Pavlova? Are you out of your mind? You're saying Burya made an emergency stop.
It does seem a little far-fetched.
How could that possibly have happened? Unless you're saying that the culprit actually, is actually someone from the engine room. Oh, it was simple enough. Hmm? Are you forgetting the button in the passageway outside? Used to trigger the emergency alarm.
Oh, yes, of course. There was a notice, wasn't there? Telling you only to press the button in times of emergency.
On dark nights, when the fog is dense, the captain cannot afford to rely on eyes of his lookout alone. Hence, the placement of number of buttons around the vessel allow any crewman to raise an alarm. The sort of button one is almost compelled to press to satisfy one's curiosity. Wait, it was you? When the button is pressed, two things happen in the interest of safety. The emergency alarm bell rings, and the vessel comes to a complete stop. God, I love him. As indeed did a little earlier today. You pushed the button? You dumb man!
Mr. Sholmes, surely it wasn't you who...
As I will say, a button has one purpose in life. To be pressed. Whatever the occasion. He sounds almost proud of himself. How dare you mess with ship? I report you to Captain. You are in much trouble now. Now. I'm sure all that can wait until later. Let us not overlook the fact that we have now learned in a valuable lesson. When the vessel makes an emergency stop, the vaults on the cabin doors slide closed. So, what we must now consider...
Yes, it all comes down to one thing now. Last night, after what happened to Mr. Asagi, did this ship make an emergency stop or did it not?
You are idiots. Buria is huge ship with many passengers. If we make emergency stop even in the middle of night, there would be chaos everywhere. What are your thoughts, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, it's certainly possible that some kind of emergency happened last night.
You have evidence to support that idea.
Really? What evidence, Mr. Naruhodo?
Fascinating. Do show us, my good man.
Some emergency gripped this vessel last night.
This. Okay.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. Ugh. It's your duty to patrol the first class area of the ship, isn't that right? Duh. That is correct. Why? And the ship's log is here. This would be where you record the details of your duties. What are you doing with that? That's mine. Ah, you rather carelessly left it atop the little makeshift bureau in the passageway out there. But as responsible passengers, we took it into our care and with a mind to return it to you later. I left it there on purpose. That's where I put it always. The point is, looking at your usual record, it's clear that under normal circumstances you write the phrase "nothing to report" every 30 minutes. But from 2 o'clock last night until the first light this morning, nothing was recorded at all. Nothing recorded in the log. That is... because nothing happened. But if nothing happened, you would normally write "nothing to report," wouldn't you? Indeed so, which tells us that shortly after 2 a.m., something happened here aboard the SS Buria. Something sufficiently significant to make you forget to fill the ship's log, in fact.
Are you suggesting that the ship really did make an emergency stop in the middle of the night?
Stop talking rubbish!
If I'm perfectly honest, I find it a little hard to believe myself.
Oh, why?
Well, because if something as major as an emergency stop really had happened, surely all of us would have noticed. That's very true. Thanks to the emergency stop we experienced earlier, we all know what it feels like now. The ship lurched so violently and the alarm bell was so loud. Couldn't imagine that anybody slept through that, even if it happened in the dead of night. Well, no, that's a good point.
What of the throbbing? Sorry? What do you mean? Your head, man. The throbbing of your head since this morning. We have all suffered with it.
Ah,
Oh, yes. I have had a headache, you're right. In fact, I haven't been feeling myself since I woke up today.
nor have I. My head has been feeling heavy ever since dawn.
Yes, you've all been afflicted, haven't you? Just as I suspected.
He's right, my head's been throbbing today too. And since eating dinner yesterday evening, everything has felt sort of hazy. I couldn't really remember anything that happened after I climbed back inside the wardrobe. Then the first thing I noticed this morning was the throbbing pain in my head. I had already been dragged out of the wardrobe and had those handcuffs put on me by that point. Why didn't I wake up when it was happening, when all that was happening to me?
Tell me, Mr. Naruhodo. You boarded this vessel as a stowaway, didn't you?
Oh, well, yes. Sorry.
The stowaway class of accommodation doesn't usually include meals. What did you survive on?
Well, Kazuma looked after me. He was always happy to share his meals.
So you enjoyed some of the whole roast chicken dish that was served yesterday evening, I take it?
Yes, in fact, I had all of that.
Kazuma wasn't fond of chicken.
Oh, really? So the victim didn't eat any of the chicken at all? That's right, he didn't touch it. Is that relevant?
My dear fellow, does that not strike you?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, do you mean to say that there was something wrong with the chicken?
I do.
No, really? Is that really true?
The meal prepared for the passengers last night had been tampered with. Tampered with by the addition of a sporific designed to induce very deep slumber of those who consumed it. Soporific. A sleeping drug.
Do you mean whoever did this laced every meal with a sleeping drug and no one would notice, so no one would notice the ship's emergency stop? Mr. Naruhodo, of course that's not what Mr. Sholmes means. What a far-fetched idea.
Precisely. Lacing every meal and every passenger on board with a sporific drug would certainly be impossible. Unless, that is, every single member of the crew was a conspirator.
What? Mr. Sholmes?
Well, seaman. I'm sorry to say that there was any more deception in this matter will get you nowhere. If you refuse to talk, there would have been an injury made through the shipping company, of course. Inquiry made through the shipping company, of course. And were that to happen, every member of the crew and the captain himself would be hauled over the coals for aiding and abetting a renegade.
Please, no more. We'll tell everything. I cannot make problems like this. for everyone anymore.
These crewmen are your former comrades, I believe.
Yes. So, when I decided to run away, I asked them to help me.
We all agreed to help. Everyone together. She threw away everything, her fame in the ballet, Mother Russia. We wanted to help our angel.
I don't believe it.
You are right. We put sleeping drug in chicken last night.
Yes, I remember now. I did notice chewing on a lump of something strange and bitter at one point.
Duh. We could not make all drug. So, how do you say dissolve?
Talk about heavy seasoning.
At midnight, in waters near Shanghai, we brought our angel aboard. On the board. She was held by a comrade on shore with small fishing boat. While all the passengers of the SS Buria slept soundly. Thanks to the almost magical effects of slumber-inducing potion, their evening meals had contained.
So that's what happened. The only people awake on the ship last night were the crew. People who disliked chicken and the newly boarded passenger, Miss Pavlova. And that means it would have been possible for you. You could have used the emergency stop trick to lock Kazuma's cabin door.
But how does that make any sense? Surely every cabin door would have ended up locked in that case.
And there would have been complete chaos.
Oh, I wouldn't say so.
What? Of course. Just like us, all the other passengers would have eaten their evening meal of chicken in their cabins. After which, they would have been overwhelmed by tiredness because of the sleeping drug.
Quite. And accordingly, all passengers were already in their cabins for the night.
Yes.
The overwhelming majority of passengers would have habitually slept in their cabin doors bolted or anyway.
There's not one of them that would have found it remarkable to find the door locked in the morning.
In summary, in order to fasten the bolt of a single cabin door on the ship, the culprit brought the entire vessel to an emergency stop in the early hours of the morning. You have talked long time and said many things. What is point?
The point is what I said earlier. There was someone else present on the scene when the victim lost his life that night. Someone who left a message in Russian on the floor in an attempt to incriminate another. Someone who tried desperately to hide the broken fragments of glass that would reveal the culprit's identity. And someone who abused the ship's emergency stop procedure in order to lock the door. Lock a door. All told, a busy night.
But...
I didn't know any of this. I'm just a little girl.
You like to speak with your long English words and explain your clever ideas. But I am sailor, and sailors don't listen to long, boring stories we don't believe. Sailors like me, we trust only what we see with our eyes.
A laudable trait.
What?
I'm quite of the same disposition, my good man. Observation is everything to me.
Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, yes? Do you hear it? That accusatory cry of guilt on the wind. What accusatory cry of guilt?
Sorry? You've lost me. Proof of involvement, man. But you can't hear such call with your ears. No. You must hear it with your eyes, for observation is the basis of all deduction. What are you talking about? I believe it. The time has come. For one final logic and reasoning spectacular to expose the truth. Yes! Logic Circus. So, Mr. Naruhodo, your assistance, if you please. With what exactly, Mr. Sholmes? And with observation, my dear fellow. Just as I said, of these two provocateurs? Observation.
You remember, Mr. Naruhodo? We know that somebody tried to fabricate evidence, don't we? By tampering with the scene of Mr. Asagi's death. And what we're looking for is some trace of evidence that one of these two was there when it happened.
Precisely. You are delightfully quick to grasp my meaning. Alright, I'll see what I can do. We're looking for a trace of evidence that shows someone else was there last night when Kazuma died. Aha! You fool. You cannot outsmart the spin.
Yes!
Seaman Stroganoff. You seem to have quite a large purple stain on the back of your white uniform there. Eh? Ah, yes, I don't know where the dirt comes from. So nothing in particular comes to mind about the stain. What are you trying to say? It would appear that the significance of the stain has escaped your attention, Seaman. Allow us to make it plain. It's a very large purple stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform. And I think what made it is clear. Indeed it is. So, Mr. Naruhodo, present the evidence that proves it. My pleasure. Alright then, the evidence that proves that the stain on the back of Seaman Stroganoff's uniform really is. It is this. Present.
Yes!
Yes, it's this photograph, and the ink it shows. That's what caused the stain on your uniform. Ink. A rather unusual color of ink. Purple. Ah. Ah, the penny drops at last. Now you see the significance. The Russian word on the floor next to the victim's body was written in purple ink. And the stain on the back of your uniform is ink of the exact same color. If the ink had already been dry, it couldn't possibly have stained your uniform in that way. Which means you must have been present in the cabin in the moments immediately after the ink was spilled. Alright, yes. It was me, I did it. Everything. I arranged everything in the dead student's cabin to make it look like Wardrobe Man did it. Then I press button to make Buria do emergency stop and bolt cabin door shut. I did everything so that no one would suspect our angel.
Biff, please.
Don't worry, Angel. Let me do talking. It was after 1 in the morning. I was on duty patrolling passageway. Then our angel came to me. She was white like sheet.
Biff, please, you must help me.
I went with her. The door to cabin number 1 was open. When I looked inside, I saw student boy on floor. What happened in here?
Please, don't tell anyone. My little one, my little furry friend.
Everything that happened in cabin is like Angel told you. The kitten escaped through the ventilator into Mr. Asagi's cabin. Then he tripped over it and broke his neck when he fell on the floor. Yes, that is right. So, after the incident when the cat ran away, Miss Pavlova then visited the cabin next to hers, only to find its occupant lying lifeless on the floor. She said she was worried when she heard the sound of something falling on the floor. That's when she went to look. No, Angel. The door was not locked, so she opened to look in. You already know what happened after.
There's just one thing. If you wouldn't mind.
What?
When you went to Mr. Asaki's cabin, Miss Pavlova, was he already dead? Why?
I already told you. When Nina opened door of student,
I was asking Miss Pavlova.
Well, Miss Pavlova? Pavlova.
Duh. Oh. Yes, it is right. I saw him. It was dark and he was wearing black, but he was on the floor, not moving. I was scared. I understand, and I believe you.
So, is that finally it now? Have we discovered the real truth about Kazuma's death at last? Ah, something nearly slipped my mind. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. This photograph. Yes, I took it myself, you know. The cause of death was a broken neck, therefore the victim died instantly. And the unfortunate incident that precipitated these events, a kitten, on which the victim stumbled. However, if those are facts, there is one particular area in this photograph that seems somewhat unnatural. What do you mean unnatural? What are your thoughts on the matter, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, well...
What part seems unnatural? We are saving. Maybe his closed fist? I don't know. Either that or the fact that he was pointing.
Yes!
It must be here, surely. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice regarding pursuit of detection, my dear fellow. When noting a crucial point, it can be helpful to keep your eyes open. They were open. And it can be equally helpful to use them. Sorry, I'll try that. I think it's plain, but... Isn't it? The word written in a foreign language underneath his fingertip, surely. That particular crass detail was orchestrated by the culprit. No, I mean, identify another point. Imagine, if you will, losing your footing yourself. Would you land as such as the victim hand? What of your hands? You look like the sort of fellow who stumbles with some regularity. This should be an easy task. Why do I... Husband tripped and fell by some... Okay. Closed hand.
Yes!
Alright, if he really fell due to an unfortunate accident, then this fist just doesn't seem quite right. The exact same thought occurred to me. In fall, one's instinct is to open their palms flat. And yet, we see the victim left with his left hand tightly balled into a fist. Almost, you might say, as though he were gripping something. What do you mean? Simply that I took the liberty of investigating the victim's fist a short while ago. You did? And what, pray, do you imagine I found there, my dear fellow? Mr. Sholmes, show us, please. Why, of course, my dear madam. Why would I keep you in suspense? This is what I found. Oh, a crescent moon with a little gemstone in the middle. Yes, you're right. The crescent moon. It's very pretty, but what does it tell us? It tells us nothing. I'm not so sure. That crescent moon looks... It looks familiar somehow. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. Observation, Mr. Naruhodo. That is the key. What? The truth is now tantalizingly close. How did that crescent moon come to be in Cosmo's clenched fist? This is the final clue, the last piece of the puzzle. Ask yourself, what does this little crescent moon mean? What significance has it? And observe. Find the answer with your own eyes. She has such petite ears amongst that beautiful hair, like little pink shells. Oh, what's that? There's something dangling down from her ear. Yes, that's an earring. Wait, look! It's a crescent moon! Ah. There can be no doubt, surely.
Yes!
Miss Pavlova, on your right ear. On your ear there. I see you have a crescent moon as well. Ah. What? And your other ear... There seems to be a crescent moon missing. The little link holding it must have broken, I suppose. Now, the missing crescent moon was found in the victim's clenched fist. Clearly, there's only one logical conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. Miss Pavlova. Mr. Asagi must have grasped that crescent moon and pulled it from your ear. Perhaps just moments before he fell onto the floor? In other words, last night in Mr. Asagi's cabin, you witnessed the moment the victim fell with your own eyes. In fact, you were quite literally an arm's length from him. Hi, Remy! But then the question is, why did Mr. Asagi do that? Why did he pull your earring from your ear and hold it in his clenched fist during his final moments? Hi! Oh no. Angel? No one can protect you now. Please, Miss Pavlova. Tell us the truth. Last night, what did you do to Kazuma? That was a very long niet. When I think about everything that happened yesterday, it was too much. Running away, the fishing boat in the middle of the night, trying to climb onto this huge ship. And then, when I was at last in this cabin and I could relax after this horrible long day. Darka, wait! I couldn't believe it when she disappeared through the ventilator. I tried to call her with a little whistle, and I tried waving her favorite toy. But nothing worked. Darka would not come back. What are you doing here at this time of night, Inspector? Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. The young man from your country, he was very polite and kind. He helped me to find Darka, and he promised not to tell anyone. But then, when I had my friend in my arms again, and I was going to leave the man's cabin. Just a moment, sorry, but... Oh, yes? I'm sure I know your face. I've seen you somewhere before. Of course. You're Nikolina Pavlova, aren't you? The Russian ballerina. No. I don't know that name. My heart stopped when he said that. He knew who I was. How could this man from a land far away, in the faraway east, know a Russian ballerina? Yes, I saw your performance in Japan. The beauty of the ballet made a deep impression on me. But what are you doing on the ship? I'm sure I read your ballet company was performing in Shanghai at the moment. I can't fool him. I have to tell him the truth and hope he doesn't tell anyone. I have no other choice. I see. So you've run away. Please keep my secret. Don't tell anyone. Give me a moment. I could use another opinion here. Oh no! Oh no, she thought that he was gonna tattle on her. Instead, he was gonna pull Naruhodo out of the closet and be like, bro, what do you think? God! He's going to pull that cord. He's going to tell the captain. Why did I think I could trust him? Then it happened, everything at once. It's only a second, but felt like forever. Wait! I shouted, and then Darka jumped out of my arms and down the young man's feet, and as he turned around to look at me, I pushed him. I don't even know why. I don't know why I did it. I was just so scared. And I had to stop him from telling anyone about me. But if he told the captain, you would have been fine because you were part of the crew and all of them were looking after you. Like, huh? And that's why you went to fetch help. From Seaman Stroganoff, who was on duty out in the passageway. I heard Nina crying out and a thud on the floor, so I ran to her. She was standing in the cabin door, shaking like a leaf. She looked at me and said, "Help me, Biff. If they find out, I will be... Please, I have nowhere to go." So you decided to help. And that's when you arranged things in Cosmo's cabin to make it look like I did it. So no one would suspect the passenger in the cabin next door. Yes. I went into the cabin and looked around to make sure there was nothing to show Nina was there. And then I found Stowaway in wardrobe, still sleeping. Right, that's when he found me.
So you worked out a plan to lay the blame on the stowaway.
I closed the wardrobe doors and put back the strange paper sign. Luckily for me, that's the only reason Sasato-san started to believe me when I said I was innocent. I dragged the young man's body to a good place and used ink that was spilling to write on the floor. I wrote wardrobe in Russian, so that person who found him would look inside wardrobe and find Stowaway. And tell me, what of the glass bell?
It was by my feet, so I picked it up.
I see.
It was dark in the cabin. I didn't notice the other half.
Then Angel went back to her cabin and I finished the job. By pressing the emergency alarm button in the passageway. Yes. Accordingly, the SS Buria did indeed come to an emergency halt at a little after 2 a.m. Thus, inciting the bolt on the cabin door to slide shut, creating the locked room mystery. There's still one thing I don't understand, Miss Pavlova.
What?
Well, you said you told Kazuma about the fact that you'd run away from your homeland. And it's because you were worried he was going to tell the captain that you pushed him. Isn't that right?
Yes.
So even if he had pulled the bell cord and called for the captain of the ship, aren't you friends with every member of the crew? Why would that have been a problem? It was what he said first that made me scared. What he said first? Okay. Oh. I'm sorry. I thought it was a friend of mine. Okay, we've seen this. He said an inspector was his friend. Ah, yes, meaning me. Who was supposed to be acting as his bodyguard. I thought that if police knew about me, they would arrest me. So before he pulled the bell cord,
May I stop you a moment, please, Miss Pavlova? It just doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, was Mr. Asagi really going to pull the bell cord? I don't know. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I'm not Kazuma, so I can't know for certain, but he was a man of his word. If he told you he wouldn't give your secret away, then he wouldn't have done. No, he was walking over to it. He was going to pull the cord. He was going to make them send me back. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, the day's work is not yet done, it seems. There is one more deduction to make. What? Another deduction? Yes, what action was the victim really about to take at that moment? He's gonna open the closet. Can we determine whether the young man's gaze was directed?
The music and I love the dramatic black and white thing.
First, consider the victim's location within his cabin. That's easy. I remember every detail of that room. I mean, yes, I spent quite a lot of time in the wardrobe, but still. The cabin has has been my home for this entire voyage. So, this is how the cabin looked last night when Miss Pavlova visited Kazuma-sama. Yes, it's exactly how it was. Are you ready then, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes. There's one thing I've learnt today. It's that a simple gaze can reveal all matter of truths. But not only that, in order to draw the right conclusion, you can't afford to be out by even a little bit when you're following the gaze of where it lands. So when he turned away from Miss Pavlova, what exactly was Kazuma looking at? The wardrobe. My wardrobe. I was in there at the time, of course, sleeping soundly. Too soundly. If only I hadn't eaten that chicken that was laced with sleeping drug. If only it had woken me up. Then maybe this tragedy would have never happened. I'm gonna say he was looking at the wardrobe.
Take that!
Considering everything that had happened last night, certainly it may have looked as though Kazuma was going to ring the bell cord. Yes, however. What is directly beside the bell cord? The wardrobe. The wardrobe. And more importantly, what was inside the wardrobe? The man's great friend, sleeping soundly. Ah! Miss Pavlova, please, think back very carefully. What were Mr. Asagi's exact words last night? Give me a moment, I could use another opinion here. Another opinion. Yes, but not from a member of the crew. No, Mr. Asagi intended to consult his close friend on the matter. To see if, between them, they might be able to help in some way, no doubt. Oh no. Sadly, we can't know the truth for certain now. It's too late for that. But I wish you had made sure of what Mr. Asagi was looking at. Things may have ended very differently if you had. Miss Pavlova. I want to thank you for finally admitting the truth.
But unfortunately, the truth is a man lost his life because of what you did. And that will never change. I hope you'll never forget that. I'm sorry. Really, I'm so sorry. What have I done? And so, at long last, the mystery surrounding the tragic event on the SS Buria is finally laid to rest. What will happen to Miss Pavlova now? Once we reach Great Britain, she'll be handed over to the British police in Scotland Yard. What about the fact she ran away from Russia? Won't the Russians try to repatriate her? Apparently, the English detective can speak to the immigration office and sort all that out. Mr. Sholmes can do that? So she won't be going back to Russia then? No, I don't think so. Even if she wanted to return in the future, I doubt she would be able to. She ran away, so now she's in exile for life. I see. I'm sorry. Seaman Stroganoff? I wanted to help our angel, no matter what. But I didn't think about you. About how you lost your good friend. I will go with Nina. I will give myself to British police. That's kind of you. In the meantime, thank you for letting me go free again. Cosmo's death feels like such a waste, but... Well, do what you can for Miss Pavlova, won't you? Duh. Well, I'm afraid you need to pack now. We're due to arrive in Hong Kong tomorrow. As much as it pains me, I'm going to have to hand you over, to the council to arrange your passage back to Japan. Yes. I did stow away after all. Couldn't really expect any different. So, you should get back to your cabin now. Everything's cleaned up. Looks like my study tour to Great Britain is over before it's even begun, then. To think it was only days ago Cosmo and I were laughing together about how we'd tear up the streets of London. That seems like a distant memory now. Oh, what's that? Is that someone weeping? Aww. Is this Sato-san? Naruhodo-san, I didn't know you'd returned. Oh, well, I hadn't been back long. Inspector Hosonaga just told me I should pack, you know, ready to leave the ship tomorrow and all that. I still can't believe this has happened. Can't believe someone's life can be over just like that. Sasato-san. Wah! He had such grand ideas for this visit to Great Britain. So many dreams. Now they've all been cruelly taken away, just as he has. Thought I could never forgive the person responsible. But now we know the truth. It was all just an accident. Just a silly series of mishaps. It's too much, Naruhodo-san. It's just too much. Yes, I know. Who is there? I wish there was something I could say. I was assuming it was probably Hosonaga. Inspector. My duty was to see Asagi-san safely to Britain. Great Britain. But I failed. I caused his two closest friends great pain and suffering as a result. I've let everyone down. And now I will do anything to make up for my terrible blunder. Nobody blames you, Inspector. And I'm free again now, at least. Huh? Sholmes! Sholmes! Oh my god. This man. Surprise for Mr. Naruhodo. What is the meaning of this? Oh, for trifling matter. Simply that in my head. I think I shall always picture you wearing those shackles. Without them, the balance seems all wrong. It's distracting. Sorry? So I decided to restore them. For old time's sake, shall we say? You are a stowaway, after all. He thinks this is funny. Mr. Sholmes, we do appreciate all your assistance. I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart. Not at all, not at all. And though it's a little late, may I offer my sincere condolences. The loss of your companion is truly heartrending. I hope that you will be able to fulfill some of his aspirations in his honor. I'm afraid that won't be possible. We shall be disembarking at the next port, in Hong Kong. We have to return to Japan and make a full report about everything that's happened. What? Wait a minute. It's just me that has to go back? Isn't it? I mean, I was the stowaway. The terms of the study tour were negotiated by the Department of Justice in both Great Britain and Japan. It was to be one lawyer and one assistant. Was to be. In light of Mr. Asagi's unfortunate death, I'm afraid the study tour can no longer go ahead. Oh no. I don't care for me, but... Where's Sato-san? Oh my god, Sholmes! My dear fellows, the majority of problems have an extremely simple solution, you know? All you require is one lawyer, and the study tour can continue, surely. But there is no one else with the necessary qualifications, Mr. Sholmes. We know of no other lawyer. Qualifications, you say? Any qualifications obtained in your own country will be of little value in Great Britain, I'm afraid. Oh, but anyway, the voyage to London still promises a good month of time. Ample opportunity, I would say, to find ourselves another suitable lawyer. Yes. Mrs. Sato? Yes? Do you think perhaps I might be able to do it? Ah. But you're not a lawyer, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, unless you are studying the law. Are you studying the law? No, I'm not, but... I'm sorry, in that case, I don't think there's ever even a chance it could work. But as I said, there is still more than a month before we reach England shores. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I have a month to study, to learn what I must to become a lawyer in Great Britain.
Bro, you are not going to sleep at all, then.
Mr. Naruhodo, that's ridiculous. Are you seriously suggesting anybody could learn all that in just 40 days? There's only one way to find out. I would work my fingers to the bone, Inspector, every single day. Will you let me try? And if, by the time we reach Great Britain, I haven't learned enough to be recognized as a lawyer, I'll take whatever punishment is deemed appropriate. But why put yourself in such a difficult position? For Kazuma. He said that there was something he had to do in Great Britain, and that he would sacrifice anything to make it happen. He was passionate about it. I can't let all that passion just come to nothing. And anyway, it's for my own benefit too. I will become a lawyer. I have to. What do you say, Miss Sasato? Aww. I think it's a wonderful idea. Thank you. Aww. So, what does our bespectacled inspector friend say? Are you serious? One lawyer and one assistant. The numbers are indisputable. No, it's madness. Yet fascinating, wouldn't you agree? Fascinating. Duty and rules are the dull routine of existence that we all abhor. Give us interest, give us fascination. Speak for yourself. Besides, qualifications are no measure of a man. What matters is his character, no? And you've witnessed ample evidence of this man's exemplary character today with your own eyes.
Can't believe the man who's in dress up in every case is the lone voice of reason. He's a chaotic force. He's chaotic good, I would say. Or maybe chaotic neutral. I don't know everything about this man. I feel like he's chaotic something. He's either chaotic good or neutral. Probably, I'd say neutral. Maybe. I don't know.
From the early hours of this morning until the very moment now. Despite contending with the passing of his close companion, and despite the accusation of guilt, this man has shown resourcefulness, intelligence, and above all, courage.
He's a dad, Your Honor.
Very well. I'll think of a clever way to word my report to the Department of Justice. Inspector! After all, I did just make a promise, didn't I? I said that I'd do anything to make it up for my shortcomings here. Oh, thank you, Inspector.
Oh, why is there so much pain in my shoulder? Ow!
If you'll excuse me, I must pay a visit to the captain's quarters, I think. I need to discuss what to do next, and how best to make my report. Goodbye. Are you really prepared to attempt this, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, I'm going to try. I wonder, would you consider teaching me what I need to know? Everything about being a lawyer. I would be delighted to help you. I am a judicial assistant after all. Oh, she did the little Maya thing. God. Maya and her are not related, but they do have the same little motions. Thank you. And, Mr. Naruhodo, I'd like you to take charge of this. What? Me? Are you sure? I'm sure it's what Kazuma-sama would have wanted. Its name is Karuma. It's a great sword, and it's been in the Asagi clan for generations. Very well, I accept. I'll treasure it always. Fellas, is it gay? Fellas, is it gay? So then, Mrs. Sato. It seems we'll be working together for some time to come yet. Yeah, of course. This man is a fruit. It will be an honor, Mr. Naruhodo. We love her little book. And for the next 40 days, I shan't grant you a single minute of freedom. Oh, I love that animation. That's so cute. I shall fill every spare moment with study. Yes, that's exactly what I need. But before we begin, I have an earnest favor to ask of you too. There's no heterosexual explanation. Goodness, what is it? Please throw me to the ground 3 times. What? I should never have doubted you. You were Kazuma-sama's closest friend. Of course you would never, have done anything to hurt him. That should have been obvious to me from the start. But I've allowed suspicion to get the better of me. And no matter how upset I was feeling, it was completely unforgivable behavior. Why isn't it letting me... What's going on? Ah. Did I click out somehow? The heck? No. You were in shock. You just found out about me stowing away and the cabin door was locked from the inside. No. I won't let you make excuses for me. Whatever the circumstances, I should never have thrown you. And not just once, but 5 times. That number keeps creeping up, doesn't it? Please, you must. Take a hold of me and throw me. Do it. Don't even think about it. Oh my god. Throw me, you cringe manlet. No, don't. I don't even know how. I've never thrown anyone in my life. Very wise, Mr. Naruhodo. It isn't a skill one acquires without considerable training. Oh, Mr. Sholmes. I observed your throwing technique several times with great interest. I confess I was most impressed. When did he see that? I presume that would be a form of Japanese wrestling. Oh, well, in a way, it's not wrestling, but my own interpretation of an ancient jiu-jitsu technique. Apparently it's called Susato Takedown. Leaves your head swimming, believe me. How beguiling. I'm a practitioner of the combative arts myself. I am a somewhat accomplished boxer. There he goes, dancing around again. Oh my god, this is so cute. I love them. I wonder if you'd be so kind as to instruct me on the technique of your arresting throw. Yes, I'd be honored. Oh my god. Oh my god. Then let us not dally. Demonstrate, my dear madame.
Yeah, I love him too. He is so stupid.
Oh, of course.
Throw him! Throw him! No, not me!
Are you ready, Mr. Naruhodo?
Sorry?
Hiya! As you can see, you throw from the abdomen. Oh yes, arresting indeed. And that is the term the Sasato, that is what you term the Sasato takedown, is it? Actually, no. That was a Sasato squash.
My god, I love them! In my groggy state of consciousness, a scene from an evening recently spent with Kazuma flickered into my mind. He's like, I just got knocked out, I'm gonna be gay on the floor. Sword?
Karuma. That's right. It's a prized sword that's been passed down through generations of the Asagi clan.
Can't believe you managed to get permission to bring it with you. I mean, taking a katana on a study tour is more than a little irregular, surely.
Japanese man's sword is its soul, Ryunosuke. I can't be parted from my katana. Karuma guides me. I truly believe that.
So its name compels its wielder to slice evil in two. Not that you would need much compelling.
On that subject, there's something very important that I have to do in Great Britain. And I'll sacrifice anything to make it happen. I'd appreciate you seeing it through with me.
Of course I will. Whatever it is, I'll see it through to the end with you.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
That important thing he had to do. I still don't know what that was. But I'm going to see the place for myself and work it out. In Great Britain's capital, London. Man's going to London. Let's go, gamers. Yay, we're done with case 2. That was great. Crash course candidate. Oh. Temp account. Thank you for the follow. Okay, let's save. I think I might do a bit more tonight. This is fun. I'm having a great time. It's not even that late yet. It's only 12. Only 12. Okay. Back. Ooh. That looks fun.
Glancing over my records of the late last century, I am faced by the events of a certain bitter winter. A murder in a carriage as it sped through dense London fog in the dead of night. Though the victim and the perpetrator were the only ones inside, there were multiple witnesses to the crime itself. However, none could have imagined at the time that such a seemingly obvious case as this would end in such a horrendous manner. My friend, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, once said of the incident,
I believe that perhaps that case was indeed the prelude
The beginning of a long concerto that impressive Japanese student and I were to play together.
Amazing. Is this really just a railway station?
Railway station or not, I've never seen such an enormous building before.
And look at all the steam locomotives. This country is incredible.
I feel like I'm dreaming.
So this is the capital of Great Britain.
So, where to?
Oh, hello.
Climb aboard. I'll take you wherever you want to go.
In that case, the Supreme Court in Whitehall, if you wouldn't mind.
My pleasure. I suppose you're visiting students from abroad, eh?
Yes.
Thought so. Well then, I hope you enjoy your stay. And welcome to the centre of the world, Great Britain's mighty capital, London.
Oh my gosh, that was a really cute cutscene, actually. I love the characters, Your Honor. I hope I'll lose my mind on this case. God, the last case was fun. If you wanna say the name of every song that comes up, go for it, bro. Cringe Fail City, let's go. This is where we see the racist. What an incredible place.
It's so imposing. It's almost suffocating.
This place is breathtaking. It looks like a fortress.
There are some stone buildings just like in Japan now, of course. But they've also but they've only been built in a few short decades since we opened up borders to the outside world.
The Justice Man. Who's the Justice Man?
An authentic example like this has quite a different impact, wouldn't you agree? Far cry from the wooden paper most our buildings are constructed from.
It's certainly unfamiliar. I think there's more differences than just construction materials. What is this place again?
This is the Lord Chief Justice Office, Naruhodo-san. It's the Supreme Court of Great Britain.
The Lord Chief Justice?
We had instructions to report here at this time if circumstances were different. We were supposed to let Lord Chief Justice know we arrived from Japan.
But Kazuma can't.
No. So instead we are here in a different capacity. As envoys, to report the news of Kazuma-sama's death. Yes. Having delivered his or her message, an envoy's duty is done.
So we'd have to return to Japan.
If we want to remain here in Great Britain,
I have to take Kazuma's place as the law student selected for the study tour.
Yes, which means you need to requisite qualifications as a lawyer.
Which is what I've been studying for.
Here in Great Britain, It is the Lord Chief Justice who appoints lawyers. So that's the second reason we're here. To have you officially recognized as a lawyer. It's the only way that we'll be able to remain here in London.
I hope I'm up to scratch. Good morning. Sorry for keeping you. Judge? Who are you? Who's this dude? Oh? I trust you aren't too exhausted after your long voyage from Japan. Seems I'm 1 hour, 12 minutes, and 47 seconds late. My apologies. Damon exactly! Big gaunt energy. Big Damon energy. Oh, no, don't mention it. We're never happier than when we're standing around with nothing much to do. How fortunate. So, introductions. I'm Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of the British Empire. And I feel like a little mouse under an elephant's foot.
Come on, Mr. Naruhodo, don't be a mouse.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Lord Chief Justice Strongheart. I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. Well, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London, the capital of our glorious British Empire. Yes, thank you. I like his outfit. His outfit is fun. I like his little cape. So, what are your impressions of our capital so far? How do you like London? Help. I've been so nervous ever since I got here that I can't remember a single thing about the city.
It's simply splendid, isn't it, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh.
We had a wonderful view of some of London's streets from the carriage on the way here from the station. Everything is so impressive and grand. I must say I'm almost at a loss for words. Or lost for words.
I'm glad to hear you like it. The city boasts tramways, piped water and gas, even cables supplying electricity. We spearhead every revolutionary new technology in the world. Every visitor to London is astounded.
Oh, yes. Astounded is the word.
Thanks for saving me there, Sasato-san.
And everyone seems so jolly and full of vigor.
Yes. There's so much excitement about the upcoming great exhibition that we will be hosting here in London.
Great exhibition?
Cultural and technological achievements from around the globe are to be exhibited here in our great city. It will be the greatest spectacle of its kind in history, and will make Paris's World Fair look like a toy shop.
Gosh, I can hardly imagine how magnificent it's going to be.
Great Britain's capital city is nothing but magnificent. London is the center of the modern world. Even if you do say so yourself. The sun will never set on our great empire. Perhaps it is fate that these progressive times we welcome visitors from the land of the rising sun. Okay. Lord Chief Justice, I think you were expecting a student of law for the study tour, weren't you? Absolutely. A Mr.
Kazuma Asagi, if my memory serves. That's right. The British government has already been telegraphed a full report of the situation. I understand the young man lost his life aboard the steamship bound for our shores. That's amazing. The news reached him before we even arrived. My country naturally extends its deepest condolences to yours. Oh, thank you. And you honored this appointment specifically to inform me of the news. Yes. We are here in the capacity of envoys from Japan to report the sad news in person. They tell me you Japanese are people of protocol and courtesy, and I see that it's true. And it is with some regret that I must inform you that the death of the young lawyer means the study tour arrangement can no longer proceed. If you would hear us out, Lord Strongheart. What do you have to say, madam? It's about the study tour. Mr. Naruhodo here would like to make a proposal. Would he now? Well, Mr. Naruhodo.
This is it then. The moment of truth. The thing is, Lord Strongheart. I was wondering if perhaps you would consider allowing the study tour to go ahead?
Don't misunderstand me. Britain would ideally like to see the tour go ahead. But without a lawyer from your country, there's nothing to be done.
Well, in that case, what if there was someone else? Another lawyer from Japan, I mean.
Is there something I don't know? Only a single lawyer was invited to Great Britain from your country. That was Mr. Asagi. At least, that's what I've been led to understand.
Well, the thing is, this really isn't going well at all. I just can't seem to find the right words to say to this man.
Mr. Naruhodo.
I could ruin things here if I'm not careful. What am I gonna say? If there was someone else here from Japan who could be described as a lawyer, it's... Actually, there's no one! It's Mr. Sato, it's me! It's me! It's me. I can do it.
Is that so?
I mean, I don't actually have any qualifications as such, but... No qualifications, you say? And yet you still claim to be a lawyer. I've acted as a lawyer in court before. Only once, as it happens. And I had Kazuma to help me, and I was the accused, but glossing over the details. I've been spending every spare moment on the journey here to Great Britain studying. I've learned all about British law and court proceedings while I was on board the SS Buria. The voyage from Japan is some 50 days, I believe, not what you might call a full education. To become a qualified lawyer here in Britain, not only do you need a university degree in law, but you also must complete several years of training. I realize it's a far too short a period of time, but I can't just go back to Japan. Kazuma, Mr. Asagi's journey has only just begun. Coming here on the study tour is all he thought about. I have to carry on and do everything he planned to do. I know it must sound like I have an overly inflated opinion of myself, but I would do anything to prove that I have what it takes. You can, any test you care to set on me. Just one chance. That's all I'm asking for. Please.
31 seconds. Sorry? Your opening statement there, Mr. Naruhodo. It was 31 seconds long. Not too brief, not too protracted. A perfectly judged appeal, I would say. which is a skill that would stand you in good stead as a lawyer. Oh, thanks. So, you're willing to put those words on to trial, are you? Well, I'm all for entertainment. Huh? But let me ask you one thing first, sir. Yes? You say you intend to do everything Mr. Asagi planned to do. Are you firmly set on that path? Well, yes, that's my intention. See? Am I imagining things? Or did his expression just alter a fraction there all of a sudden? Very well. You have your wish. I'll give you a chance. A test to become a specially certified lawyer. Whether you pass or fail is entirely down to you. Really? Fear.png. So, what form will the test take exactly? Tell me, Mr. Naruto. What do you consider the role of a lawyer to be? Well, defending people, of course. Well said. So, let's have you defend someone. Huh? Your timing is perfect, in fact. There's an apt trial about to begin later, today. No advocate has been appointed for the defense as of yet. So, this will be welcome news. Today? Straight away. If you manage to secure a verdict of not guilty, you'll have passed my test. What could be simpler? Good morning. Welcome. How do I get myself into these situations? Well, could I ask, what sort of trial is it, Lord Strongheart? Yes, good question. I remember. It's a murder trial. A murder! An extremely simple case, I understand. You really can't lose. That's easy to say. But I should mention just in case. If the defendant is found guilty, he will of course be sentenced to capital punishment. Capital punishment? He'll be put to death? Here in Great Britain, murderers are sent to the gallows without exception. Presumably, you read that much in your short sea-based introduction to British law. We can't possibly agree to such a test. We would be toying with a man's life. I thought I'm the Lord Chief Justice, and I've decided it's acceptable. Oh, a murder trial? An ace attorney? Who'd have thunk? Exactly. This man's just like, I'm gonna toy with a man's life for my entertainment. But you can't do that, can you? There's no need to overcomplicate this. All you have to do is ensure that you don't lose. So the defendant may live or die depending on how well I perform in court. If I lose, he'll be hanged. Mr. Naruto, you've come to me claiming to be a lawyer. If you want me to take you seriously, you need to prove you're willing to do a lawyer's job. And you say you intend to see through the will of your compatriot, Mr. Asagi. Okay. I would like to understand just how far you're willing to go in order to make that happen. He's testing my resolve. What's the matter? You've fallen silent. I'm sorry, but time is pressing. The trial begins shortly. I need an answer from you now. What's it to be? What do I say? Do I agree to this absurd test?
We gotta do it, boys!
Alright then. I have to give you a decision now. My answer is...
I can't do it. I can't get the words out.
Let's see.
Oh no!
What did I do? Okay, whoops. I click buttons accidentally. 15 seconds. Your decision making needs work if you want to be a lawyer. That was too slow. So, it's as I expected, isn't it? Huh? Sorry? You have noble intentions, but lack resolve to see them through. The test is cancelled. Thank you for stopping by. Go and acquire your ticket for passage back to the east tomorrow. This conversation is over. Yes, Lord Strongheart. Thank you for offering me a chance. Mr. Naruhodo. I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but what could I do? It's alright, I understand. You do? It's not an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances. But resolve has absolutely nothing to do with it. What are you trying to say, madam? I think what Mr. Sato means is that no matter how badly I'd like to be recognized as a lawyer and stay here in Great Britain, to risk another man's life by treating his one and only chance at a trial is so trivial. Would be utterly unforgivable. And I feel exactly the same way.
Yo, I agree with that headcanon, actually. Kins that.
I'm sure the defendant wouldn't see this trial as a test, as some kind of experiment. A lawyer might fight for his clients in court day after day, but for each one of those clients, the particular day they stand in the dock may be the only chance they have to fight to prove their innocence. No, I was wrong. I'm not qualified to do that job yet. I'm sorry for wasting your precious time, Lord Chief Justice. Huh? Wait, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, was there something else? It's approximately 20 minutes by carriage to Old Bailey from here. If you leave immediately, you should still be there on time, in time. But I just said that... I was quite serious in what I told you. The defendant in this case has literally no one to advocate for him. What? At this point, he can't hope to find someone to represent him. The trial will begin without a defense. And if that happens, there's only one possible outcome. He will receive the most severe sentence the judge can pass down. But that's awful. But that's the truth. Why does it have to be like this? Please don't expect an answer to every question. The cold hard truth of the matter is that there is only one person now with the chance to save this man from a very miserable end. And that is you. I'm really his only hope? So, what do you say now, madam?
Wait, is this Omen or Trial Begins? Okay.
Me?
What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? You said it wasn't an easy decision to choose whether to defend a man in these circumstances, and I agree. But in my estimation, it's purely and simply a matter of resolve. Oh! Our time is up here. I have a meeting to attend. I must leave 2 minutes in 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So, venture into our great city and enjoy yourselves. He's gone. Wait. He's gone. Huh. The Old Bailey. If we're going to do this, Mr. Naruhodo, we must leave at once. Okay. Catch them sprinting. Wait, Iris is introduced in the 4th case, right? Oh, thank goodness. We're in time. There's still 15 minutes until the trial begins.
I never knew a horse-drawn carriage could go so fast. Thought my teeth were gonna rattle loose.
The heck is on my hand? What are you? Is that a piece of paint? Where did that come from?
Did you hear what I said to the driver when we climbed aboard? Get us to our destination in 5 minutes, driver, and there's a guinea in it for you. It's one of my favorite lines from the Herlock Sholmes stories, and it worked quite perfectly.
I'm not sure why you're so pleased. Thought we were gonna die. And we had to pay gold for the privilege.
Well, at least we all arrived here before the trial started.
Yes, I suppose there's that.
Anyway, I don't understand it. The court clerk said the defendant should be here, but there's no sign of him at all.
So this is the Old Bailey. Even this room for defendants to wait in is grand. Oh, I do have to... I hope that my brother picks me up tomorrow, because I do actually have to go to a circuit courtroom. Except it's only... I don't know if I actually have to go to court or not, but I do need to check on legal documents. So this is the old... Okay, grand.
Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
I'm feeling tense, that's all. It's for... I mean, I was going to have to be... I got called for jury duty, but I didn't actually get called. They just sent me a letter and like, you might be on jury duty. My number was not called, luckily. I don't want to deal with jury duty yet. I don't want to do that. But, no, I have to check on my name change documents. That's it. I'm just gonna talk to the clerk. 'Cause... like, I think you have to talk with them, and then if everything's cool... I love everyone making the exact same lawyer's joke. But the thing is, like, I don't think I'll have to go before court, just because, like, I don't have a criminal record, and, like, I'm changing my name because I'm trans of gender, that's it. That is it. We all have the same hats. We're all wearing funny little hats in the stream. This place gives me the same sense of foreboding that I remember from the Supreme Court in Japan. An impressive air, almost as if the building itself is going to crush whoever was about to be sentenced. It feels like only yesterday that I was the one about to be crushed.
Yes, whoever the man is you're to defend is, I imagine he's feeling very alone at this moment.
I'm gonna hate having to voice all of the characters in this game, because I only have so many British accents I can do. Top of the morning to you, madam, sir. Who are... He sure is built. He makes me think of Rumpelstiltskin from the Shrek movie. What are you yous doing following me here? Things are fair desperate, are they? Oh. I can't do an Irish accent. Sorry? No! I don't want to. That's like last stream, but I tried to do a singing. Oh my god. Why? Why would it do this to me? It's like when I tried to do the Russian voices, it didn't work well. Would you look at those expressionless faces from the East, are yous? I literally cannot think of what Irish people sound like off the top of my head. My official petition to get people follow me on Twitch. I will do accents. Just talk really fast. I can do that. We're from Japan, yes? Japan is it? Right, say no more. So, much do you need? No, we're just here because... Up and down a lot. Especially I will do German accents. No need to explain, fella. I've been there myself, so I have. I don't have the brain cells to try and do an accent I'm not familiar with at this time of night. No place to go, nothing to eat, barely a penny to your name, and all while in a strange faraway land. Well, actually, we haven't found a place to stay yet, no? Huh? Tis grand. Let me start by giving you 1,000 guineas. Say nothing now.
1,000 guineas.
Please, Mrs. Sato, you don't have to shout.
But 1,000 guineas is... It's enough to build an entire mansion in the most prestigious area of Tokyo.
What?
There's nothing to me at all. I'd like to ensure I have sufficient funds, whether a rainy day, you see.
This song is Suspicious People NPC song.
I have enough wealth to buy the entire city of London 2 or 3 times over.
Could that much rain even fall in one day?
Well, even so, we couldn't possibly accept such a large sum of money.
Ha! Hit me in the eye!
Don't get me wrong, fella. I'm not giving it to you, no strings attached. I'll be wanting you to do something for me.
Oh?
To be honest, it is a little embarrassing. The trial is about to begin, you see. And is for my good self here.
I'll be in the dock. So now, what I want you to do is come along with me and stand there beside me. Officially, you'll be my lawyer, but that's just a little detail now. Oh, well, the thing is, don't worry a thing. All you have to do is stand up there next to me, nothing more. Otherwise, you see, the trial is going to start without me having any kind of representation at all. So it was true. The Lord Chief Justice wasn't just making it all up. I'm terribly sorry to have to ask, but does that mean you're the defendant in this trial? Blustering blazes, do you know who I am? Me? One of London's biggest names. No, sorry. We've only just arrived in the city, you see. I see. I suppose it isn't altogether impossible. Well, just next to Hyde Park, there is the center of London, is another beautiful park. Sorry? A park? What? It's called McGilded Park, full of blossoming flowers and the spring and singing birds and whatnot. I donated to the city, so I did. Ah, an entire park in central London. A city of smiles, that's my vision for London. There's nothing Magnus McGilded wouldn't do for the city and its queer old people. That's amazing. I mean, really extraordinary. Ah, but now they have the gall to say I'm a good-for-nothing criminal, me, Magnus McGilded. What is the matter with the London police, I ask you? Ha, ha, ha.
Alright, don't pass out.
Mr. Naruhodo, perhaps now would be a good time to introduce ourselves while the gentleman catches his breath.
Good idea. We're gonna scam the capitalist out of his money, hand it over, baby!
Ha, ha, ha.
Mr. McGilded, we're actually here in London to study British law. We're law students on a study from Japan, you see. Ha, ha, ha. So, if you don't have a lawyer for the trial yet, and you'd be happy to put yourself in our hands, we do our best. What was I after saying you'd have to eat it? I've given you 1,000 Guinness to stand up there next to me, haven't I?
Well, yes, but I wasn't really offering to just stand up there next to you.
Oh, I think it's time to see what's going on here.
Sorry?
I know what you're thinking. Just answer the fellow claims to have more money than the Queen. But if that's true, why in the blazes to hire the finest lawyer in all of England? Because he did it, that's the only explanation. Well?
Totally not. Not at all. Although it is a little strange, to be honest.
Why you don't have a lawyer, I mean? That would be the fault of the Reaper.
Sorry? Did he just say Reaper?
Aye, the Grim Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zeeks. He's the prosecutor.
The prosecutor is the Grim Reaper.
When Van Zeeks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And to this day, in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused have been damned.
What? He's just racist to Edgeworth. Except probably without a redemption arc. Maybe. I don't know what they do with him. So it's reached the desperate situation. Where there's no one willing to stand in defense against the fella at all. You could say he's the living legend of the Old Bailey.
Goodness, Lord Barak von Zeeks. He must be an exceptionally talented prosecutor then.
Talented isn't the word you're looking for, madam. It's cursed. Cursed? What on earth? The defendant is summoned, and his counsel. Please make your way into the courtroom. The trial is about to begin. His counsel? That would be me. Oh, 'tis time. Oh, then, fella, don't let me down. But I don't know anything about the case. You haven't told me what had happened. Until you showed your face here. I made up my mind, so I had. Sorry? I decided I had to defend myself in there. How would that have worked? And then you made an appearance, a student of law, wouldn't you know? There's no accident, I can assure you that. This fate. So don't get cold feet now, please. Huh? I literally know nothing about the case, or about this man who stands accused. In fact, the only thing I do know is that I can't just turn my back on him.
Mr. Naruhodo.
The man has no one. He'll have to stand alone in that courtroom, armed with nothing to defend himself. Yes, something that Cosmo would never have allowed to happen. Counsel for defense, what are you doing? If you're late for the start of the trial, you will lose your right to stand. We'll take your kneecaps. You're dead. I'll be right there. It's happening then. My first trial in British court. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because I have no idea how I'm going to manage this. Who are these people? So this is the highest court in Great Britain. The Old Bailey. The centuries of history in this place is palpable, isn't it? So different than the Supreme Court in Japan.
Feels both imposing and serene at the same time. The atmosphere almost makes words redundant. Whatever the country, determining a person's guilt or innocence is always a solemn affair. May I say something, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, yes, what?
Your eyes look ready to pop out of your head again.
I know, but I just can't help it. I like how expressive he is. Judge? I like him. I'm just gonna give him the judge voice I give literally every judge. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. We are here today to determine the guilt or innocence of Mr. Magnus McGilvin. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. What type of voice should I give this dude? trial begins. He's like affluent. So just posh British then. Rich big posh vampire.
The prosecution is fully prepared.
Definitely not a vampire. That must be the Reaper of the Bailey. He really does look fully prepared to dispatch his next poor victim into the underworld. If I don't want you dead, you're doing it wrong. I'll try my best. Counsel for the defense. You appear to be Eastern. Do you speak English? Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. But he asked if the defense was ready. And I couldn't be further from ready if I tried. Is he gonna be racist?
Those eyes please me. Nipponese. They shroud your fear, your doubt, your trepidation. They run wild, clinging to some phantom notion of courage. The quintessential look of a sacrificial lamb.
A cold shiver just ran down my spine, all the way to the tip of my toes. Diversity when the fruity prosecutor who was trying to get your defendant killed is also a racist. Now, Mr. McGilded.
Yes, my lord.
You stand accused of murder, a capital offense. You could be sent to the gallows if found guilty. Are you quite ready, or quite sure you wish to entrust your defense to this foreigner? Good.
As I've always said, my lord, 'tis a grand thing to give the opportunities to the young. Even if the fella is a student from some little island off in the Far East.
You're from a little island. You guys are in England.
Well, actually, no. You're not specifically from an island. You're from...
Is Ireland an island? Pretty sure. Where the heck is Ireland? I mean, almost every white person in this game is racist. Yay. You think I know anything? Remy, you know me. I know nothing about geography. Remy. No? Remy. Don't be mean to me. Okay. I don't know anything. You think I know anything about Ireland? You think I know anything about Ireland? We've only been out of the country, like, I guess quite a bit, but most of that was to Canada. And even then, like, I've only been over into Europe one time, bro. I don't look at the map. I don't know geography. I don't know, man.
It is not the British way to ignore the dangers, ignore the dangers to yourself and give those less fortunate a fair chance.
I'm sorry, I didn't choose to be born in America, bro. I'm sorry.
I'd like to think the actions of chivalry do the great British Empire proud. Fine gentlemen, did you hear they donated 5,000 pounds to the government the other day? Mother, please, may we go play at Gilded Park? R.I.P. if you are American, but I'm different. I'm sorry. Am I the only American person here right now? Am I going to be maimed for sport?
It seems as though everyone in the public gallery is firmly behind Mr. McGilded.
It's definitely welcome news, and he certainly has a way with words. I'm surprised he couldn't convince anyone to defend him. Eloquently put, Mr. McGilded. Most laudable statements. Or sentiments. Now. Yeah, I guess you should be asleep. Well. Too bad. I woke up in the middle of the day. My sleep schedule is I get up at like late-ish and I go to bed in the morning. Gets out gun. You can't kill me even if you try, coward. Oh wait, I have to turn the sprinkler on. Okay. Oopsie. I should go on break really quick because I do need to refill my water cup. Ugh. I still get the amount of sleep that I need. I just sleep at really strange hours. Except I'm going to have to wake up, probably, I don't know when my brother's gonna take me grocery shopping, because I can't drive, man. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day, and then the day after that I have a doctor's appointment, and then like Saturday I have a haircut. Doing things. Yay! I sure hope they put the mask mandate back up here. I don't know if they did. I'm gonna look it up. Mothers band together to protest the school mask mandate in Oregon? I'm going to maim you. These articles are making me want to headbutt a wall. What? Oh my god. Having to read about the mask mandate stuff is going to make me eat drywall. Because a lot of it, literally, it's just like, oh yeah, the governor recommends that you wear one, but you don't have to, it's not legally required. I think in the one place it is legally required is like schools and health things. I wouldn't eat drywall for fun nowadays. I have more self-preservation than that. I swear. But like, oh my god, there's like parents that are like, oh, I don't want my kids having to wear a mask at school. Ugh. Bro, please. Think of the children. Think of the children, bro. I feel pain every time I hear about anti-maskers. I want to cry.
Except my brother is basically one, because he's like, "Eh, he won't wear one when he goes to the store, and I want to strangle him." Kill. Maim. I simply feel rage. Okay, but I'm gonna go on break because I have to. It will be like I'll give myself like 5 minutes. Kill. Where's Kill?
Pain.
Where's Kill?
Kill.
There we go.
Kill. 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 Kill.
I love my soundboard. Wait. I have my new No! Oh, I guess we get to look at them. I like the dude with the knife. That you 6 members of the public have been selected for your impartiality. Are you ready to proceed? I like the knife guy. I hate his aura, but I love him at the same time. He looks horrible. God. I forgot what I was gonna say. ADHD. Yeah. I mean, if there was another another person that got to bring a knife to court, but I guess that wasn't English court. I don't know, man. He has a knife and he's an anti-capitalist? Perfect! I love him already! I love his threatening aura. I love the fact that he's an anti-capitalist. I love his knife. He's great. I know nothing about him. Exactly a man after my own heart. Alright, I'm going to give myself like 5 minutes to try and speed run doing stuff. I will be back as soon as possible, but I do have to grab quite a few things. I will be quick. Goodbye for now.
mirage or a chance to fulfill my mission. A river in a dry land, the left is in a lost land, a heartbeat for demon, oasis in a strange land. I'm given the balance, but I'm standing on razor's edge now. Walk quick or my life is over. One strike just a vein, then I'm out of his field of vision. Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to strike him down now. I just saw the new stars, there's no time for indecision. A river in a dry land, the last is in a lost head. When I hop off new beginnings, burn our feet. Now we need it, a heartbeat for dreaming. Oasis in a siege land. Remind us what we're here for. Creating new lives, creating rivers in the desert. My heart is a furnace, had a selling my word of conflict. One goes what keeps me going. Take back what I lost to the bosses of greed and fear. Yeah. Don't ask why I'm ready, but I'm ready to take them down now. The time for a new start is constantly drawing nearer. A river in a dry land, the last is in a lost head. When I hop off new beginnings, burned our feet. Now we need it, a heartbeat for demon. Oasis in a siege land. Remind us
Hello. Ugh. I don't know why it isn't picking up on my face that well. Come on. Come on. Come on. Camera. Please. Do I need to angle it? Please. Please. There we go. That should be good. Let's go. Yo, welcome. Hello, hello, hello. Yeah, re what you said, about, like, making your profile picture, dad time! But, what you said about making your profile, gay Herlock Sholmes, my profile picture on Discord currently is, Naruhodo with a, trans flag behind him. I'm very happy with it. Yes, my juror. If the task is to send rotters to the gallows where they belong, I'm more than ready.
At the manor, his lordship always says we are to dispose of rubbish properly. Naturally, I agree.
Any criminals here will soon be wishing they never set eyes on me.
Oh, the legend? Okay. I feel a chill.
Oh, don't mind me, my dears. I'll just be getting on with my knitting. Let's finish these mitts for my grandson. Mr. Naruhodo, those people are...
The jury, yes. That's something we don't have in Japan yet.
That's right. I've only ever read about it. But here in Great Britain, the court's final verdict depends on the opinions of these 6 jurors.
Yo, trans Herlock would, the trans flag color picked from him would be very pretty. Also, I have no idea if we, like, I don't know if you're one of the people that knows me from Discord or not. I have no idea.
The judge passes sentence according to the law, but the jurors determine guilt based on common sense. So the defendant is ultimately judged from 2 completely different points of view.
But how exactly do the jurors give their verdict?
That I don't know, but...
Wild.
I'm sure it will become clear as the trial progresses. Yes.
Prosecutor Van Zieks.
My lord.
It's been a number of years since we've seen you here in the courtroom. I thought you renounced your fame.
I'm known as the Grim Reaper of Bailey, my lord. Infamy rather than fame, I would say. But yes, 5 years have passed since I last spread my wings in this capacity.
So, what brings you back? Is there some change of circumstances in which the court should be aware? Fruit.
I leave that to your imagination, my lord.
So the Reaper has been out of action for 5 years. Why did he have to choose today of all days to make a comeback?
Don't lose heart, Mr. Naruhodo.
As you wish, sir. The court, nevertheless, welcomes your return. Now then, opening statements, I think. A summary of the case, if you please.
Certainly, my lord. As your lordship is aware,
This is a case of overwhelming simplicity. Fruit derogatory, exactly.
we must be the only ones in here who aren't aware.
The incident took place in the late evening, 3 days past. The hour was some minutes after 10. The victim was a making of building bricks known in the community as Thrice-Fired Mason. Sorry? Thrice? He was a very accomplished craftsman. The bricks he fired were said to be almost indestructible. The victim's corpse was discovered in an omnibus in service on the streets of London at the time. The dagger had been thrust into the victim's abdomen, is believed to be the ultimate cause of death. I feel like I should give him a deeper voice. Here is the autopsy report from the investigation medical officer at Scotland Yard. Thank you, counsel. I shall accept that and the photograph as evidence. The autopsy report. Death internal injury. Okay. Okay. And one further item of evidence. The prosecution wishes to submit these as well. And these are... Oh, good lord. Is that blood, counsel? Yes, my lord. Seized by a policeman who arrived at the scene. Those gore-soaked gloves were taken from the hands of the accused when he was arrested. What? Mr. McGilded gloves had blood on them. Yes, I will accept these as evidence as well. How did I get into this? I'm backed into a corner before I even started. Continuing. According to the driver of the omnibus, there were only 2 passengers traveling inside his vehicle at the time. Only 2? Obviously, one of those passengers was the deceased brickmaker, Mr. Mason. The other was the accused, Magnus McGilded. Oh, his fruity little point! That's such a limp-wristed point. God. Well then, rather damning circumstances. to say the least. Defendant, what say you?
Well, of course, I have no recollection of such a thing.
Mr. McGill did.
To be sure, I rode the omnibus that evening. But whenever I'm in a carriage and taken with a fierce tiredness, I always succumb to it.
Are you claiming to have been asleep?
'Tis the motion of the carriage, my lord. Little things, so it is. And when I opened my eyes again, 'twas a desperate sight before me, a body of a man I'd never laid eyes on before in my life. Now I ask you, sir, what good-hearted soul wouldn't rush to help a fella bleeding from his stomach? I wasn't about to start worrying about me gloves now, was I? I reached out to give the man a hand. So the blood got on the gloves then after the man had been killed.
Yep. Classic stuff. Hey, defendant doesn't remember anything. Is damning evidence against them. Let's go, gamers.
Unfortunately, that statement of the driver's is only the beginning.
Wait. That's not all of it?
There were multiple witnesses to the precise moment at which the brickmaker was fatally stabbed.
I love this man just being like, wait. Order.
When the killing took place, only the victim and the accused were inside the carriage. And there were witnesses to the crime. This is not just a case of compelling evidence. It's the nail in the coffin for the accused.
I was thinking I just finished another case where the defendant was asleep when the victim was killed. Yeah. That happens more than you think it would in Ace Attorney. It happens quite a bit. Look at how limp-wristed that point is. Look at this dude. Look at this dude. Thank you, counsel. The circumstances of the crime have been made quite clear. I think we will hear testimonies from these witnesses first of all.
Your wish is my command.
Bailiff,
Bring the witnesses in at once.
God. It's him! It's Stiggin' what's-his-face? Stiggin' Beepo.
Witnesses, your names and occupations.
My name is, well, everyone calls me Beepo. I drive an omnibus in the East End.
Bruce Fairplay. I'm a baker in the city.
My name's First. Lady First. I make hats for gents.
Oh my god, I love this dude. You're gonna lose your hat, bud.
Let's begin by confirming the facts. 3 days ago, at a short time after 10 o'clock in the evening, all of you present in the stand were an omnibus and witness to the aforementioned incident. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Quite right.
Yes, sir. That's right, sir.
Very well then, let's proceed to your formal testimonies, please. Each of you will tell the court precisely what you saw.
Okay.
It was the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well.
The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other
inside the bus. Then, out of the blue, the accused just reached over and plunged a knife right into his guts. Oh my god.
That's right, he stabbed him. I screamed at it. I couldn't help it.
He has a whip. Did you bring your whip to court, bro?
As soon as I heard the scream, I stopped my bus. And then I saw it too.
Bevo, my beloved. My partner currently has him as their profile picture on Discord. That makes me lose it. I love this dude. Unambiguous testimony, I must say.
Exactly, my lord. These men witnessed the incident in the omnibus with their own eyes. I'd like to ask a question, if I may.
Yes, counsel.
Well, this testimony... it makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Why not?
Well, the incident took place inside a moving carriage, didn't it?
It has been clearly stated to the outset, yes.
Well, in that case... how could those two witnesses possibly have seen what happened? There's no way they could have seen the inside of the moving carriage.
How quaint. I read that civilization in the Eastern Island nations was a good century behind our own. But you're here in London yourself. Are you really so ignorant about our omnibuses? Huh? Tell me, my Nepalese friend, have you even traveled in an omnibus?
Well, no. But, only arrived in London this morning.
No matter. I've arranged for all of us to see ourselves, the actual scene of the crime, that is.
What? Do you mean the actual scene? How?
The carriage is designed to be moved, after all. Presumably you understand that much.
Yes?
The omnibus in which this bloody crime took place is here today. In this very building.
Here? What? The entire carriage?
Bailiff?
Bring the carriage in! Oh my god! Bring forth the stricken omnibus. I'm gonna lose my mind. Oh my god. I love this game. How did they get it in here? So that's an omnibus. The omnibus. I can't believe they could bring something so enormous in here. Great Britain's courtrooms are amazing.
As you can see, the omnibus is pulled by 2 horses and can carry up to 8 passengers.
Hell yeah, crime scene and crime inside the court, let's go.
4 passengers seated inside the enclosed cabin, the other 4 on the rooftop deck above. Every Londoner knows that the best view of the city's architecture and sights are to be had on the top of an omnibus. And I should point out to our foreign guests that there is a skylight in the roof allowing a view of the interior from the seats above.
Ah, a skylight. Oh!
The penny drops at last, I see. These 2 gentlemen were occupying the rooftop seats on this omnibus when the murder took place. That's how they came to witness the grim incident. through the skylight. Oh, that makes perfect sense. Well, Council, this is a first. In all my years behind the bench, I've never experienced a crime scene itself being brought into the courtroom. There are a number of important clues remaining inside the carriage, my lord. I would like to submit the omnibus itself as evidence. Oh my god! That is the prosecution's wish. Going to lose my mind. This entire bus is the evidence. Very well, I see no reason why not. This omnibus is hereby formally accepted as evidence. They submit a van as evidence and AA1. Well, yeah, they submit a van as evidence, but they don't drive the van into the courtroom and park it there. Yeah, also, it is the entire crime scene. Unlike the van, which was just the scene of some of the things, including the crime. Oh my god. I can't believe it. The entire crime scene entered as evidence. Yes, Great Britain is simply extraordinary. I couldn't help myself a lot by giving that omnibus a thorough... I could help myself a lot by giving myself that omnibus a thorough examination, seeing as it's here. Let us continue with proceedings, then. Your cross-examination, Counsel. Humph. Pray don't you expect this Nipponese stray to understand the intricacies of a British court's cross-examination rights. I'm going to punch you into the sun! Pull out your sword, bro! Use Kazuma Soul on him, get his ass! Alright, my first cross-examination in a British court. Yeah! Exactly. Wait, I have the perfect thing. The perfect thing. Where is it? Please. Sound of me furiously beating him up in court. I also have another weapon of violence. They're gonna have to submit my fists and my crowbar as evidence. Kill. And then this is him dying. Kill. I love my soundboard privileges. I need to add more noises to it. I need more power. Focus, Ryunosuke. Focus. What the witnesses saw. It's the last bus of the evening, so I had a few customers. I remember it well. Now the boo. That's right. You stabbed him. I screamed at it. I couldn't help it. Okay. This is funnier because I got bullied into changing my PFP to Van Z. Just wait till you see his hurt and distressed expressions. I'm gonna be happy. But also, Remy F. I'm sorry, but a lot of the time you fit into the fruity villain archetype. You're not being assigned a racist, you're just being assigned fruity villain character. Cal, it's almost 2, why are you lying? Wouldn't you like to know, weather boy? Alright, so when it happened, there were only 2 people in the enclosed cabin area, where the victim had
and the defendant, and so help me, 3 whole people witnessed the man I'm trying to defend do the deed.
I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to be in a rather difficult situation here.
No, I want to get this case done, and I woke up at like 6 p.m. What am I supposed to think here? Why are you awake? Is Mr. McGilded really innocent? Or could it be... Oh my god. That's valid, actually. Of course you'd say that, you fruit. I have to be mean sometimes.
Before we jump to conclusions, our first task should be to gather information.
Da, 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 da. Brr, 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 brr. Well then go to bed, buddy. I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want. I can stay up till 2 a.m. playing video games.
We need to understand the case as much better than we do at the moment.
Haha, my son's a fruit and likes the gay villain character. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha, point and laugh. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let's listen to those witness statements again, a little more carefully this time. Last bus. The victim and the man accused of killing him were sat next to each other inside the bus. He reached over.
Hold it!
You actually saw the exact moment it happened. Didn't I already testify to that? Or are fair dinkum, hard-working city bankers not considered trustworthy these days?
Oh, no, I didn't mean that.
This is no good. I've really got his back up. Perhaps you could just tell us what you saw, little... My lord. Juror member 3, what's the meaning of this?
My mind is made up, my lord. Complete and utterly made up.
Made up about what?
I don't like the stinking rich, never have. They're always up to something or other. That they shouldn't be, every one of them. And that little leprechaun of a man is no exception. Well, he can't fool me.
Hello?
There's no point wasting time listening to any more of this. That's my opinion on the matter, anyway.
That is precisely what I was about to say. What? As the foreman of the jury, it is my duty to set a good example to my fellow jurors. Yeah, exactly, huh? What the? What is happening here?
Let me see. Yes, it seems that's how members of the jury give their verdicts.
With fire?
Apparently, yes. White for innocence and black for guilty. As the 6 members of the jury make up their minds about the case, one by one, they each cast a ball of fire into the great scales of justice, as we saw moments ago.
So those enormous scales fall completely into the to the black side. Does that mean...
Let's do our very best to make sure that doesn't happen.
Oh, now I'm even more worried than I was before. What more was I for?
Very well. The court acknowledges the change and the jury stands. Counsel for the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. This is a nightmare.
You stabbed him, I screamed. I did, couldn't help it. As soon as I heard the scream, I saw my boss, and then I saw it too. Okay. Right, happened, 2 people in close, and... I don't like to be pessimistic, but we do seem to have a rather difficult situation here.
Should probably examine the carriage sometime. There's a lot. Okay, I will do that then. What am I supposed to think here? Okay. I have to. You cursed me. Why did you do this to me, bro? How do I look at the evidence? I should press them on everything then.
Yes, I think it was sometime after 10, wasn't it? Oh yes, sir, that's right, sir. Yes. Ever so cold it was, sir. Freezing, in fact.
And you had 4 passengers on board at the time, is that correct? E for court record. Oh, okay.
Yes, that's right, sir. No, not all traveling in the same parts of the bus, of course. Though, no.
And there were no other passengers when the incident took place. None alighted, for example.
That's quite right, sir. No other passengers like that. Nope, none.
Somebody fled the scene of the crime then. So nobody fled the... Space! Okay. Gonna... Spin! Spin, yeah. Spin! Let me look at the blood. Let me look at the blood. Spins the whole crime scene. Oh. Oh. Well, let's open the door and go. Oh, well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a murder. It's horrible. Maybe I just wanted to spin the entire crime scene, huh? Ever think of that? Spin! That's blood that's soaked into the seat. The victims, obviously.
Yes, and that seat would be clearly visible from the roof deck.
Would you really stab someone in full view of other passengers like that? I wonder. Yeah, exactly. He's just like, ew, crime scenes. Like, brother, you've been to 2. You've seen your best friend dead. You can look at some blood on a chair.
Well, it was after dark. And there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight.
Whichever way you look at it, doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Can't find anything out of this place. This seat has a handle, it seems. Ooh, things and stuff! This looks like all sorts of equipment that might be needed to keep an omnibus running.
Feeding tubes, tools to repair wheels, blankets, horseshoeing tools. Just a storage compartment for the coachman to keep his things, it seems.
There doesn't seem to be any space for passengers to stow their luggage, that's for sure.
Well, I don't imagine it would be very convenient for that purpose anyway.
Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of focus. Oh, whoops. Whoopsie. There's a lot of focus being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition.
Oh, the Crystal Tower. It's under construction already, I believe. People all over London must be fizzing with excitement at the prospect of such a grand event.
Close the seat. Is there anything interesting? It's quite a large skylight, isn't it?
Yes. Large enough to afford a good view into the cabin from the roof deck.
And there doesn't appear to be a handle or catch of any description. So I suppose it can't be opened from the outside. Open from inside the cabin at least. Ah, that's a poster for the Great Exhibition that's due to start 6 months from now. There's a lot of folks being drawn to the Crystal Tower, the centerpiece of the whole exposition. Crystal Tower. Okay, we already... What else is there in here? Is there anything of interest in here? I don't think so. Okay, cool.
Have you seen enough? Let's step back outside then.
I like to imagine whenever Ryunosuke is having to, like, spin around, that it's just him looking at, like, staring awkwardly, just, like, statically just moving around, and I think that would be very fun. Okay, let's look at the skylight from here. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure.
Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin, so I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly.
That's not good for us.
So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Oh, you must have a wonderful view of London streets from up here.
So people sit all the way up here in bitter winter nights with the cold air rushing past them? And they have to pay money to do so.
I can't imagine how cold it must feel.
That just made me think of something horrible. Can you imagine being dragged around the city in the freezing cold as punishment?
Perhaps that is the real price you pay to stay out late.
Spin! I don't... How the heck would Bebo get off that? That looks horrible. How would you stay up there? Poor old man. I have to say, the boss insists on running. He does every evening. That last bus of the day. But I do wonder sometimes, is it altogether worthwhile? Yes, sorry to say. What do you mean by that? Well, with it being so cold and everything, it's only making 20 pence a run, you see. Yes, I spend that much at the pub on the way home just to try warm up again. Poor old man.
Hold it!
And you saw them through the skylight and the roof of the carriage. That's right. When you sit up on the top deck, the window's right there at your feet. There was a lamp on inside, so I had a pretty good view. The two of them were wearing hats, so I couldn't exactly make out their faces. But there's no shred of doubt in my mind that it was Mr. McGilded. How can you be so sure? Well, how can I put it politely? McGilded is a gentleman of rather small stature. I couldn't have mistaken him for anyone else. Let's not forget that when the vehicle came to a halt, the only people inside the enclosed cabin were the deceased Mr. Mason and Mr. McGilded. There is no room for doubts there. Here. I really wish there was. And on the blue, okay.
Hold it!
I think we already asked. We actually saw the exact moment it happened. We already testified to that. It's like, it's okay. This is really no good. I gotta. Okay. More detail if you wouldn't mind.
Oh, me? Oh, well, yes.
Hold it!
He stabbed him, you say, and you were sitting on the roof deck, were you?
Yes, that's right, sir. I was up on the roof seats. I remember seeing the little gent sitting next to the fellow that was stabbed. I'd been thinking about the new hat design, you see, so I was just gazing absent-mindedly around. But then happened to look down through the skylight. It was sticking right out of his belly, that huge great knife.
A grim sight indeed.
That didn't help me at all.
The jury looks like they're even more convinced that my client did it than they were before.
That appears to make everyone have even more dubious that Mr. McGilded is telling the truth. If only we had some evidence to counter their suspicions.
Mr. First.
Yes, sir?
Is this the knife you saw?
Oh, good grief, yes, that's it. The very one, sir.
Is that? Yes, Counsel. This is the blade that was driven into the victim's belly like a stake through the heart. That is a blade of considerable size, Counsel. It is, and furthermore, the scabbard is emblazoned prominently with a certain initial. Letter M, which seems oddly familiar. Please, no. M for Magnus, perhaps. Or McGilded, possibly. Take your pick. It seems this particular big name in London made a magnificent mistake.
Objection!
But there are M's everywhere. Yes. Like in Mason.
Objection!
This blade is far too extravagant for a poor brickmaker to have owned.
Yeah, he has a cringe little, like, weak little slap to the desk.
No. This weapon of murder most certainly belongs to the accused.
Not conclusive, but certainly compelling, counsel.
Oh no, please!
My lord, if you'll forgive the interruption.
Ah, juror number 2, go on.
Mr. McGilded is a pillar of society and a gentleman. And a gentleman's word should be, Socrastnate. I don't know what that word is. However,
No!
those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Wait, what are you about to...
Dispose the rubbish.
Uh-oh. Sacrosanct? Sacrosanct. Oh,
I don't wish to cause offense, but I would like to eradicate all traces of filth and grime.
no, please.
I've painstakingly typed every word uttered here today and cross-referenced all the facts.
As such, I'm now in a position to draw the only logical conclusion.
Oh, God. Not again.
That's 4 out of 6 jury members have proposed a guilty verdict. There are only 2 left.
We've had it. Every time I press the witnesses for more information, it just makes the situation worse.
Nevertheless, what we need more than anything at the moment is more information. We're still very much in the dark.
Suppose I'll just have to keep pressing the witnesses, knowing that more sparks may well fly.
We mustn't give up hope that we'll uncover something that will give us a way to fight back.
But... alright, we'll keep trying. I can't give up. I just need to keep calm and listen to the witnesses' statements again. Okay. What are you gonna say, old man? What exactly did you see?
Well, sir, that would be the passenger, sir. Yes, collapsed on the floor he was.
And by the passenger, obviously referring to the victim, Mr. Mason the brickmaker.
And there were... the other passenger had the knife in his hand like this.
By other passenger, you're obviously referring to the accused, Mr. Magnus McGilded.
You plunge it down like this, stabbing the other passenger in the belly.
What? How could he...
My lord, I wish to speak.
Yes, juror number wait.
Yes, juror number 5. Do I take it that you two, as the master of London Guild of Coachmen, the idea of a murder being committed in one of the city's carriages is utterly abhorrent to me. It would be right to make a decision before hearing all the facts, though, I said to myself. But I've heard enough now. The horse is bolted, as they say. No, please. Gee up, Silver Blaze. The finish is in sight.
I'm assuming if one person says other than the other people, it resets. Beepo is a long-standing member of the guild, and I trust what that man says. Oh, thank you, sir. You're too kind, sir. Ah, this is too unkind, sir. Which now means that 5 jurors agree to condemn this man. Old lady, please. Madam Juror number 6.
Yes, dear. What can I do for you?
You have heard the testimonies of the witnesses in the stand.
Oh, yes, I certainly have. Still got my hearing, you know.
Then pray tell, why are you yet to pronounce your learning? Your leaning?
Well, dear, the thing is, I'm a creature of habit, me. I always go to the park at around this time of day and sit on a nice bench and get on with my knitting. There's a lovely little park just near where I live. McGilded Park, it's called. The gentleman donated it to the city, you know. To put a smile on Londoners' faces, he said. I can't imagine such a fine young gentleman would have it in him to take another man's life.
So he's doing such wonderful things for the city. That's right, a man like that wouldn't stab someone, certainly.
Mother, may we go to the McGilded Park public library and borrow some more books?
How many Londoners live with their heads in the clouds? Do you people not know what kind of man Magnus McGilded really is? What kind of man he is? Is he? The philanthropist Magnus McGilded. There's enough wealth to purchase the entire city he claims to value so highly. But where did all that wealth come from? Your client is a Shylock, sir. One with the very darkest of souls. What?
Stone the crows!
McGilded lends money at extortionate rates of interest, so his victims have no hope of repaying him. Then they default, he takes possession of everything they own. He's a vulture that preys on the weak.
I've never heard any mention of that before.
Your faculties haven't deserted you, I'm sure, ma'am. Madam. So, has this thought not crossed your mind? Would a man wealthy enough to buy London in its entirety not have a carriage of his own? What possible reason could this man have had to make use of a public omnibus service? You're not saying that victim, a poor brickmaker, had next to nothing to his name, save considerable financial liability. It will come to no surprise that his creditor was the accused, Magnus McGilded.
That muffin is looking
Whoops.
awfully like a
Hello?
hamster. Someone baked a hamster into my muffin.
How did that get clicked? But let it all be known that the very day Mr. Mason was killed was the final payment date for his debts. Good gracious! The brickmaker was destitute. He had lost his house. He had not a shilling with which to repay his debts. And in the end, this pitiful soul had the very last thing he owned taken from him, his life. By the merciless philanthropist predator, Magnus McGilded. I don't believe it. Sad. Hello?
If I may add something briefly, Mr. Sato. If you claim the victim had been lent money by Mr. McGilded, then where's the evidence to support your claim?
Oh my god. God. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice in a court of law. Aha! There it is. Lord Van Zeek's hallowed chalice. How can this be considered acceptable? But I find myself in unexpectedly good humor. I heard ladies from the Far East could show great courage, but I didn't expect to experience it myself. As a judicial assistant to defense, I'm simply doing my job. What a pity that your display of courage is in vain. Is vain. This is the debt's ledger, which details all monies loaned by the accused. You will find the victim's name clearly recorded inside.
Oh.
Allow me to present this ledger as evidence. And pray forgive the discourtesy of raising my chalice in a toast to the, enigmatic East at the same time. A marvelous toast, Counsel. I will gladly accept this new evidence. Okay. Ah, yes. 20 guineas. The victim owed a considerable sum, and the accused made quite certain he had ample recompense.
Well, it would seem I've had the wool pulled over my eyes.
Regrettably, madam, that is the modus operandi of the accused.
And it's such a pretty little park, too. What a scoundrel.
No!
Still, maybe it's all for the best.
Oh, wait a minute. Oh, guineas? A guinea pig?
I don't understand. I don't stand for nonsense.
No! Guinea. That was it. The last juror's decision.
According to this Encyclopedia of British Law, when all members of the jury have concluded that the defendant is guilty, court proceedings are suspended, and the proceeding judge will deliver the final verdict and sentence. That's what it says here.
Final verdict is over then.
Oh. There's a footnote, though.
A footnote?
However, the defense...
All 6 members of the jury are now in agreement in this case. Allow me to convey my respect for your swift and righteous decision. According to the law... Oh, wait. According to the laws of this country, I will now conclude the trial by delivering my final verdict. I trust there are no objections. Mr. Sato, please tell me one thing.
Oh, yes?
You were in the middle of saying something before. The footnote in your Encyclopedia of British Law, however, the defense. What did it say next?
Oh, yes, of course. One moment.
When all members of the jury have concluded the defendant is guilty, the court proceedings are final verdict.
Footnote says, however, the defense has the right to demand a summation examination of the jurors at this point.
A summation examination?
Objection!
A summation examination? From which century has that tome you have there been resurrected?
Ah!
Judging from the binding, I would say the book is at least 50 years old. Any modern text on British law wouldn't have given such an antiquated procedure a mention. It's a relic, long forgotten and certainly no longer practiced. So you're out of luck.
Oh.
What even is it, Mr. Sato? The so-called summation examination.
Oh, one moment, and I'll read about it.
You would demand the right to a procedure before you even understand what it entails. Typical Nipponese. Cringe. Cringe and fail of you, bro.
Alright, Mr. Naruhodo. I think I understand. It seems that under this procedure, we would be able to appeal to the members of the jury.
To do what exactly?
Appeal to them to change their leaning and reverse their decision. And it says here that if successful, the proceedings of the trial must be resumed.
Make them reverse their decisions. Yes. In times gone by, barristers would use summation examination to attempt to influence the jury's decisions. But that procedure became something of a formality with no practical benefit, really. So it rather fell out of use.
I wonder why.
Because it was devoid of purpose. Changing just one member of the jury's mind would be hard enough, let alone several. No self-respecting defense barrister would even assert his right to even try in this day and age.
Still, I don't see any mention of the procedure actually being formally revoked.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that although it may be antiquated and largely forgotten, it isn't yet extinct. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Summation examination. The last possible option. Do we assert our right to carry on? Or to carry it out? Or admit defeat? Assert our right. The defense wishes to assert its right to summation examination, my lord.
Objection!
London is the capital city of the most powerful nation on Earth. We have a duty to the world to exemplify the very highest standards of judicial procedure. Summation examinations are an embarrassment that should remain buried.
Objection!
But it's our right. But if it's our right, it's our right. I believe it could prove vital to this trial. The defense's petition is perfectly valid. The court will proceed with the summation examination. This is madness. Foreman, are you and the remainder of the jury ready?
Well, I'm not, There was no mention of this in the letter I received, you see, so...
All members of the jury will be asked to explain on what grounds they have reached their decision. On what grounds? You must all testify your decisions and explain why you believe the defendant to be guilty.
Well, my lord, you're rather putting us on the spot.
This is most irregular. No mention of this was made before. I don't really hold with all this justifying lark. Seems to have thrown the jurors off. Seems none of them have experienced this before.
Alright then, the summation examination. A defense procedure no practicing lawyer has attempted for years, is it? Well, just maybe, it might be the opportunity we've been looking for to turn this trial around. So be it then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court hereby calls upon you to state the grounds on which you find the defendant, Magnus McGilded, guilty of this most serious crime. Judicial findings. There was no one else inside the carriage at the time, so it must have been him.
I trust the driver. He has an excellent memory, it seems. 4 passengers with fares totaling 20 pence.
Why is he allowed a knife in court?
He stuck the chap next to him just like this. Brazen, I must say. Absolutely brazen. I have simply typed and collated all the statements made thus far and drawn the logical conclusion.
You can trust the guild. Fair fares is our motto, and we haven't raised prices above 4 pence and
4 pence, you say? 4 pence, you say?
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you! That means there were 5 people! You fool!
The scoundrel stabbing that poor man on the floor. It, begars belief.
I'm starting to wish I hadn't pushed for this now.
Some of the jurors don't seem to have wonderfully formed arguments, though, do they?
Well, let's see what we can do. We need to get these 6 people to change their minds. I have to throw everything I can at them, and use some very persuasive language.
Just a moment, Mr. Naruhodo.
I'm not even gonna try and... Remy, buddy. That face when you sniff out a contradiction and you go feral. Exactly. I'm going to shred them. I'm going to shred them like a wild beast.
Kill.
According to my book, that's not quite how it works.
Oh? I thought I was going to have to thaw their icy minds with some heartwarming rhetoric about the defendant.
Unfortunately, once the jurors have decided the defendant is guilty, they're unlikely to heed anything. Heed anything the defense says. But then they've reached their conclusions by their own reasoning, you see. Your pleas will sound like excuses. In fact, it could recoil on you. The more you try to persuade them, the more entrenched you may become.
What on earth am I supposed to do?
Oh dear, I'm just citing what I've read about British law, Mr. Naruhodo.
Right, I'm sorry. Do you have any idea how to make this work then?
Well, from what I can understand, the key to this procedure is using the juror's own words to make your arguments.
What do you mean? Oh, I have something in my eye! Okay. I think it's at least at a point where it isn't stabbing me.
Well, the 6 members of the jury are randomly selected members of the public.
Hi! Welcome! Welcome, Reese.
They may appear to present an united front, but the truth is, they are complete strangers who just happen to find themselves here in this courtroom together.
And that's the way to break them down, you mean?
Yes, exactly. We must listen very carefully to what each member of the jury says, and see if we can identify any contradictory statements. If we can, then we then contrast the statements and pit the corresponding jurors against each other.
I see, so it's contradictions in what 2 or more jurors say that we're looking for. By the way, then, this is similar to a regular cross-examination.
Oh, yes, I suppose you're right.
Find contradictions in their statements and pit the jurors against one another to break them down. Alright, I might be able to pull this off. No, that's not right. I have to pull this off. Can we start proceedings, Counsel? I would ask you to take the stand for this. I'm expecting a clear and concise rebuttal.
Yes, my lord.
He can stand up? They let him out? They let him out of the... I love the witness is just sitting down now. Wait, I want to look at this. This portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of London's gentry.
Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside?
Well, it's not as though we know any of London's gentry personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Actually, I wonder.
I assure you will not find Mr. Shone's name in there inside.
Well, let's see what we find.
Gosh, it's crammed full of gentlemen's names, isn't it?
Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off.
Ah, goodness.
What is it?
Look at this. Do you see the name here?
Bruce Fairplay. Should that mean something to me? It does sound strangely familiar, actually.
Bruce Fairplay, the witness testifying at this very moment.
Oh yes, of course, the banker. Why is his name in here? Ah, he borrowed 20 guineas, didn't he?
And look, the
repayment date is fast approaching.
It's possible that this is just a coincidence, of course, but this would be very useful information.
Yes. Spin? Spin. There's nothing else. Okay. I want to look at the knife. Whoops.
That part is the sheath, isn't it? Are you alright, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, sorry, yes. I just don't really like blades.
Oh. Those don't seem like the words of a man with a large katana slung from his waist.
That's not a blade, that's Cosmo's soul. Anyway, there's no sense in delaying it. Let's see what the blade looks like. That is a very ornate dagger. That looks like a lot of blood.
It surely is blood, the victims.
An Englishman's blood looks like Japanese man's blood.
Did you think it wouldn't?
Sorry, it's only just arrived here in Great Britain. I'm finding it a little hard to adjust.
Yes, I do understand.
An ornate letter M, undeniably Mr. Magnus McGilded's initial.
It's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah, what is it?
Look at this M. If you turn it upside down, it becomes a W. This could change things.
A W?
Yes, this is one of those, turnabout cases, I'm sure of it.
I'm afraid I don't know it all, but what I'm sure of is that this is an M.
Oh, well, that idea was quickly quashed. But it could be a W. It could be a W, though. One of those turnabout cases, you say? Span. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on our first day in London.
Well, maybe nothing will come of grumbling now.
No, by the way, is Mr. McGilded right-handed?
Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier.
Ah, pity. If only he'd been left-handed.
I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really.
Okay. And then... I don't know how pitting works. Oh, wait. Okay. Actually, I think I know what I could do. I'm gonna save before I try it, but... I'm gonna try and pit this dude against the dude. Aha! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. As foreman of the jury, I refuse to accept this outlandish interjection. There is no contradiction here, you young stripling. None whatsoever. I agree.
What? What? Do I have to pick the one dude first and then the other one?
The really frustrating thing is I thought I identified genuine discrepancy there.
It's important to take your time in considering which statements contradict which others, Mr. Naruhodo. Suggest you listen carefully to all 6 jurors again.
Options. Okay, I'm gonna load. Okay. Before I make a dumb mistake. Excellent memory. There's...
Oh, wait! Oh, wait a minute.
Wait a second. She's the one I wanted.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. They do. Explain yourself, counsel.
Me? Oh dear, what have I said?
I swear on the Silver Blaze's name and, maiden name, I haven't the first idea what you're talking about. Oh my god. He's pacing. I love this. According to the group testimony we've heard so far, there were 4 passengers on the omnibus on the night in question. And according to the coachman, Mr. Beepo, he took 20 pence in fares.
Quite right, I have those precise details typed neatly here in front of me.
And juror number 5 also told us the following. The fare for the omnibus is always 4 pence. That it is, a fair and convenient single price. Just the way London carriages should be operated. Carriages.
But that doesn't add up at all.
In fact, it leaves a glaring discrepancy in the facts. Why, man, why? 4 passengers paying 4 passengers paying 4 pence each. If you do the multiplication,
It would be 16 pence.
exactly. As I said, it doesn't add up. The figures are different. By 4 pence, in fact, or precisely 1 person's fare. He's got the... You can see where Phoenix gets his smirk from. God. 1 person's fare. Yes. In other words, on the omnibus that night, it was distinctly possible there was another passenger we heard nothing about. Good gracious. This can't be right. The coachmen of the guild are good, honest men. One and all, trustworthiness is our watchword.
The figures your coachman claims almost certainly do not add up. Your watchword, good sir, is a fallacy.
Is a fallacy. I beg your pardon. Mr. Guildsmaster, I think you ought to consider that if this trial were to end now, the news will surely spread all over London. The news that one of your coachmen tried to hide the fact that he lets nefarious characters ride his omnibus. Alright then, how do I make it so the miserable trial doesn't end, hmm?
Well, according to my book here, you simply launch a ball of fire onto the inner side of the set of scales.
Hold your horses there, coachman. We were all in agreement. You have to go and... Wait till I get my hands on you, Beepo. This is all very irritating.
Begging your pardon, sir. I'm going to do the same.
For the love of Mike, not you as well.
A penny can be a difference between a smile and a tear, after all. I certainly can't put my trust in someone who doesn't follow my exacting standards in financial matters.
No, really?
I, for one, think it's only proper that we hear from the witnesses again. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, you did it! If you can manage to change 2 more jurors' minds, we can force the trial to continue.
2 more, actually. There is something else that's bothering me about a couple of their assertions.
That's where you must strike next.
So I need to pit 2 more jurors against each other and show there's another contradiction in their assertions.
Exactly. You can do it.
Well, the scales of justice have shifted, but they still weigh heavy on the side of guilt. Counsel, you have the floor again. Continue with your summation examination. Whoops. Whoopsie.
I'm changing my leaning to innocent. I should like to hear what the...
Okay. Bookkeeper. Absolutely brazen. In thus far. Oh. Alright. We're pitting these 2 against you. Whoops. What the heck? How the heck did that happen? Okay.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are completely contradictory. What? Explain, counsel. Post haste.
How dare me! I was only knitting a jumper for my other half.
What is this claptrap? What does contradictory even mean, I ask you? We've heard from more than one witness, and they allegedly saw the actual moment when the defendant stabbed the victim. Now, out of curiosity, juror number 3... What? Can't you see I'm busy here? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim? What sort of motion was it? How? Want to test me, do you? It was like this, stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. It's like the prim banker said. Yes, that was Mr. Fairplay's testimony. Quite true. Now then, juror number 6.
Oh, is that me, is it?
what can I do for you, young man? How would you say the defendant stabbed the victim, madam?
Oh, well, dearie, as far as I understand it, it was like this. He stabbed the poor man after he collapsed on the floor. The coachman said so.
Now, don't move. Take a look at these two jurors. He stuck the fellow next to him without even getting up. And he stabbed the poor man after he'd collapsed on the floor. Well, I never. They're stabbing in totally different directions.
What? Bless my stitches, what a muddle.
What this tells us is that there's a strong possibility one of the witnesses isn't telling the truth.
Oh.
But why? Why in the dickens would they lie? I don't know that yet. But what I do know is that if the trial ends at this point, we may never find out. We may never know the real truth. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, can you really let that happen? All in good conscience. In all good conscience.
Lies, you say? Oh, dearie me. I can't abide people telling lies.
Let's go, gamers.
The scales.
I don't believe it.
Wait.
Now hear this, my fellow jurors. I warn you, you cannot listen to this man. Look at him. In his black suit, he's clearly some devious Eastern sorcerer using magic on all of us. Racist. If I could use magic, do you really think I'd be putting myself through all this? Okay, not gonna say that. Huh? Me? What exactly is the problem? What if two witnesses have slightly different recollections of events? What of it? Let's say the Shylock did stab the victim as he sat next to him in the omnibus. And this young dandy saw him do it. Now let's say the victim collapsed on the floor and then the Shylock stabbed him again. And this old lady saw him do it. Well, let's say it didn't happen like that, hmm? Who are you calling a dandy, sir? Why, I should take this knife to you. You kinda are a dandy, bud. Look, yeah.
Who are you calling old? Why, I should take this needle to you.
Oh, they're ready to kill each other now. But could the foreman of the jury be right? Gay, exactly. Did the two witnesses see different moments of the same crime? I'm gonna save. Let's see the court record. Let's look at the autopsy report. Single stab wound to the abdomen. Unfortunately, Mr. Foreman, Mr. Grill. Oh, I'm not gonna. No. What you're suggesting is impossible. It's out of the question. What are you talking about, man? You can't possibly say that. You do realize I'm only doing my job. As a foreman of the jury, I have a responsibility to steer everyone in the right direction. So, Where's your evidence, man? That's what we want to see. I say 2 witnesses saw 2 different moments of the same crime. If you say that's out of the question, show me some proof. Looks like the only way I'm going to convince him is to present him with something he can't dismiss. Some irrefutable hard evidence. As you wish. What? I'll give you the proof. It's proven by autopsy report.
Take that!
This is the victim's autopsy report. According to what's written here, Mr. Mason was stabbed in the abdomen. Only once. Only once. It's quite simple. The victim was stabbed precisely 1 time. Which means the witnesses can't possibly have seen it happen 2 different times. Alright, I concede defeat. Wait, that means... I love this guy. God. 4 jurors are now leaning to not guilty. We've done it, Mr. Naruhodo. We've won! What are you playing at, you dandy fool? Shut your trap, sir. No one deceives me. But we had a consensus. Said shut your trap. I know a lawyer when I see one. And if the chap ever dares to cross the threshold of my shop... Why is he licking the knife like that? I don't like that! I'll take this razor sharp blade and shave every last hair off his head. Why is he doing that to a knife? Please tell me he's a barber. Exactly. I hate him, I love him, I hate him. Exactly. Well, in quite a remarkable turn of events, the defense's summation examination has flipped the balance of the scales of justice. The jurors are now stand 2 for guilty and 4 for not guilty. Fruits are allowed to lick knives, but not like that. Accordingly, there is no longer a large enough majority among the jury for me to, and the trial must continue. I'm too tired to try and pronounce words like that. He's still licking the knife! I hereby ask the defense, prosecution, and witness to return their places. And I call upon all of you to continue to pursue the truth. So, Lord Van Zeeks, continue to substantiate the case for the prosecution, if you please. Adjudiciate. It was. Oh, I hate this fruit. Oh my god. Yep, I knew he was gonna break it. Oh my god. He's so dramatic. Having savored the rich aroma of the caramine contents of this hollowed chalice. He is. It may seem crass to crush it to dust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. I got glass shards all over the the top of this table, and now you'll have to clean it. But have fun with that, peasants.
Lord Van Ziet. Is it cold in here, or is that just me?
As your antiquated tome, no doubt, says, the prosecution may not speak during an summation examination. So I honored a deathly silence and listened to the charade. Seems I overestimated the intelligence of the jury.
He stopped licking the knife, finally.
Well, no matter. There is nothing so hard to prove as the self-evident truth, it would seem. No, and why else would we grace the courtroom with our presence after all? So, let us proceed to the next round of battle.
Oh my god.
Bring forth the witnesses once more. Witnesses, I trust you heard the summation examination we have just had to endure.
Yes, sir, I did, sir.
Of course I heard it.
Yes, sir, I heard it.
You, sir, on the end, the coachman. I believe it's Beepo.
Yes, sir, my lord, sir.
If it transpires that in your previous testimony, you were attempting to veil the presence of a fifth passenger on your omnibus, you will be found guilty of perjury. You are advised to bear that in mind, sir.
Oh. Oh, mio dio. Oh.
Now then, witnesses, I hereby call you to testify before the court again. I will examine the various misgivings brought to our attention by the by the defense's summation examination. Various misgivings.
I only carried 4 passengers that night, I swear, but
Well, I, for one, was told I had to pay 5 pence for the bus.
he fiddled us on the fare, he did. And then I saw that blood-curdling sight as well. It's all too much.
I tell you, I saw Mick Gilden stab that man. Everything I said before stands.
Oh, yes, he stabbed him. Yes, he did. I think so, yes.
Counsel, make sense of this for me, please.
The phantom fifth passenger conjured into existence by my learned Eastern friend never existed. The confusion has arisen from the coachman's sly little corsonage.
Beepo, explain yourself.
I'm terribly sorry, Guildmaster.
Oh, he has eyes. The guild's fare is 4 pence across the board, you know that. Am I to understand that you've been overcharging our passengers by a penny a fare?
It's so cold, and the last run of the day is always half empty.
You have been dishonest, coachman.
I'm sorry.
You're a disgrace, Beepo, a disgrace. And your selfless actions have brought dishonor on the entire guild.
If I may, sir, I had to pay 10 pence on the bus just last week.
What?
4 passengers at 5 pence each is... yes, that's 20 pence. I've done the arithmetic 10 times already, but I can't make the result come out differently.
No, that figures. Well, it would appear that one of the aforementioned misgivings has already been explained. So, counsel for the defense, cross-examination if you please. We've already had the pleasure of protracted summation examination today. I see you intend to continue the parlor games. Absolutely. Okay. We're passengers, I swear, but...
Hold it!
So, there were only 4 passengers in your carriage, but you didn't charge them the standard 4 pence fare. Is that right? It's impossible to make the last run of the day pay. I was so cold, and all I could do was stop myself. It was all I could do from stopping myself from passing out. I'm getting chilblains just listening to you. It was terrible. I wanted to give myself a pat on the back for even keeping the bus running. Doesn't a dedicated coachman deserve an extra penny per passenger? You're digging a deeper hole for yourself here. If only there had been a 5th passenger on the omnibus that night, then we would have had another suspect. Does that mean everyone on board that night paid 5 pence instead of 4? But I paid 5 pence too, sir. I just told you that I did. A flat fare of 5 pence across the board. It's not something to be proud of. The so-called discrepancy I learned my friend identified was nothing of the sort. Much like the phantom killer you so desperately needed it's gone, dead and buried. I like his very grim, I don't know, very grim speaking. I'd have been happy if it had ever existed in the first place. He fiddled us on the fare, he did. And, okay.
Hold it!
This blood-curdling sight, you mean the murder, I presume? Yes, sir. A loathsome sight. No one should have to witness the horror in the eyes of a man the moment his life is taken. Oh, well, not exactly, sir. I mean, I didn't actually see the exact moment the gent was stabbed. Good gracious, really? I have another witness who did, however. The banker has already testified to it. But Mr. First didn't actually, see the point at which the victim was killed. That may turn out to be very significant. I heard the bank agent next to me take a sharp intake of breath, see? That's when I looked through the glass. And that's when I saw that horrible blade poking out from his belly, all covered in blood. Every time I see a knife now, I can't help but screaming. I can't help screaming, even when I'm eating.
Hold it!
So you saw the defendant, Mr. McGilded, stabbing the victim, Mr. Mason, who was sitting next to him. That's what I said, isn't it? It was bothering me before, it was. This was. For just a brief moment, he hesitated before answering the question. Anyway, There was only the two of them inside the carriage, wasn't there?
There's been much talk of a fifth passenger, but as of yet, zero evidence.
Then what are we wasting all this time for, eh? It's black and white. The man's guilty.
Something about Mr. Fairplay's testimony just jars with me. I wish I could work out what it was. I think so. Earlier, you testified you saw the moment when the defendant allegedly stabbed the victim, didn't you? Oh, yes, that's right. You said that the victim was on the floor and described the assailant holding the knife and in an ice pick grip. I suppose. I might have, you know, yes, put the cart before the horse, maybe.
What's this?
Well, I'm quite sure about most of it, but I was driving. The horses heard. I was driving the horses when I heard a scream from the seats on the roof deck. Oh, I expect that was me, sir. Then, when I turned around, yes, I saw it through the skylight. That the gentleman was on the floor, the knife was sticking up from his midriff. That's right, yes. And the fellow holding the handle was the famous man. Yes. So, in short, you didn't see the moment when the victim was actually stabbed at all. I really thought that I did, but when I go over it again in my head, no, I suppose I didn't actually see the precise moment of the stabbing, did I? Whoa! Oh! Can we get his ass? Get him. Get his ass! Okay. How do I mess with you? Sue.
Excuse me. My God, nerd. Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Fairplay? Ugh. Now you listen to me. I know what you're thinking. You didn't actually see the exact moment the fellow was stabbed. What are the chances of that? He is... Eh? Are you asking me or telling me? He's getting flustered. I might be able to extract some new information from him if I answer him cleverly. Could he have just happened to see the exact moment the crime was committed? Some days are like that. God. He's 5. He is. I mean, that is fairly short. That's. I don't know. That's just. Seems average height-ish. Short king. I say this as somebody who's 5'4". I'm also a short king. God. I was not blessed with being tall. Well, it is a little hard to believe, certainly. Unless you spend your time peeping through a skylight on top of an omnibus, that is. Hey, you're only an inch taller than me, you can't say that. Peeping. I am a respectable city banker, I'll have you know. And I know what I saw. I remember it clear as a Ballarat day. It was a grim scene, I don't mind telling you. We have a lineup of like exact.
exactly 1 inch from each other heights. We have 5'3", we have 5'4", and we have 5'5". Perfect. All of the manlets are... we have to stack on top of each other, and then we will be more powerful. It's like Voltron. Thank you, Mr. Fairplay. Oh, excuse me, I was getting a little hot under the collar there, my lord. I would ask you to supplement your testimony with a clear statement about what exactly you saw. And then we attack MQ. He's only 5'9". He's not that tall. I say as when I met up with Cody in real life and looked at him, it was like that one meme with the really tall person and then the short dude. Oh, I can do that, alright. I'll tell you how grim it was. Blood-soaked hands after the butcher stabbed the man. Okay. Blood-soaked. Well, perhaps soaked is laying on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. And you saw that from the roof, or the skylight. Well, the skylight's reasonably large, so I had plenty good view. And there was a lamp on the inside of the carriage as well. So I'm quite sure that of what I saw. Spanker's latest statement. I feel sure there's something not quite right about it. When you feel something doesn't add up, Mr. Naruhodo, that's when you should have a good look through the court record. Not long ago, this trial was very nearly came to an end. Somehow we've managed to keep our chances alive here. I can't waste time, waste this cross-examination. I have to use it to bring some new facts to light. If you're not careful when you press these witnesses, the danger is that the jury will end up believing something unhelpful as they did before. Maybe. But we can't let the fear of that happening stop us from uncovering important new information. Yes, you're so right. You're so right, bestie. I think I need to pay careful attention here. I don't want to miss even a flicker of a reaction among these witnesses. Remember, if you happen to spot one of the witnesses reacting in a strange way, don't hesitate to pursue them as to the reason. Okay. Whoops, no. I'm gonna show the gloves.
Objection!
Blood-soaked hands. Well, I admit it, soap might be laying on a little thick, but... But anyway, there was definitely blood all over them. Both of them were covered in it. Well, I'm very sorry to disagree, Mr. Fairplay, but that's more than a little peculiar. He does... Oh my god, he does have the Phoenix Wright smirk. What? Here are the gloves worn by the defendant, Mr. McGilded, on the night in question. Oh, yes, right. And there certainly does appear to be a sizable dark-colored stain here. There. But, as I'm sure you can clearly see, it's only on the right-hand glove. Ugh. He's biting his cane. He's biting his cane.
In short, Mr. Fairplay, your testimony is inconsistent. Gah. But no, that can't be right. So you're the liar here then?
He's gonna chew through it.
That's right, you were quite clear about it. You said it was both hands.
Is it gonna snap when he has a breakdown?
Mr. Fairplay, if your last statement was a lie, it calls your entire testimony into question. You say that you saw the moment the victim was stabbed, but is that really the truth?
Objection!
Oh, you're stepping in, huh? It was a simple mistake. You can't justify accusing this man of lying. Yes, it was in both hands. It was only one, but the fact remains. The victim's blood was on the accused. God, he has so many fruity pointing expressions.
Objection!
No, Mr. Fairplay categorically stated that he saw blood all over both hands, which means there's a strong possibility that this witness was deliberately trying to mislead the court. Why? I'm a city banker, for pity's sake. My word should be the gold standard. I'm a gentleman. No other gutter snipe. Understanding members of society shouldn't, prevaricate. He's claiming to have no reason to lie. But is that really the case? Mr. Naruhodo, if we had some evidence to explain why Mr. Fairplay might be lying, it could turn the tide of this trial completely. Something to show this man has a compelling reason to lie in his test. I have evidence. My lord.
Yes, counsel.
The defense is ready to present evidence.
By Jove, are you sure?
Yes, evidence that will clearly demonstrate why Mr. Fairplay had reason to lie in his testimony.
Grah. I hereby call on the defense to present its evidence. The evidence that demonstrates a motive for the witness's alleged deception of the court. It is this.
Take that!
This is a list of the debtors who owe money to Mr. McGilded. Yes, a list of innocent victims crippled by the accused extortion.
See, the thing is that I agree with him on that front. That does suck, but that doesn't mean that he killed someone, is the problem.
The point is, among the names of these debtors is your name, Mr. Bruce Fairplay.
Like, I agree with you, bro, that his strategy of gaining a butt ton of money is horrid, but still doesn't mean he killed a man. What? Mr. Fairplay, are you currently indebted financially to the accused? No, well, it's barely worthy of being called a debt.
According to this ledger, you owe 20 guineas. Not an inconsiderable sum of money, wouldn't you say?
Well, what of it?
Let's suppose Mr. McGilded were to be found guilty of murder. What would become of your debt in that case?
These documents state that the loan agreement is forged between two individual parties. Therefore,
Were the creditor, the defendant here, to be sentenced to capital punishment, all outstanding debts which were owed to him would be annulled and cease to exist.
Cease to exist.
Mr. Fairplay, is it not the case that you claimed in your testimony to have seen something you never in fact saw? In a devious attempt to annul your debt of 20 guineas to the defendant. Gah. Gah. Order, order, order. Mr. Bruce Fairplay. Yes, my lord. Let me ask you again. And be aware that your answer may have most serious implications upon your future, sir. Grr. I like how the dude next to him, like, when you see them all from behind, he has, like, his stinking coat is, like, way too big for him. He's just... man swimming in his cringe coat. Did you or did you not see the precise moment in which, at which the defendant is alleged to have thrust a knife into the victim? Your silence speaks volumes. Not for the banker, but the hat dude, hat maker guy. You did not tell the truth in your testimony. Alright then, let's not make a melodrama out of this. Perhaps I did overstate the truth a pinch. A pinch? But it makes no difference. Definitely remember seeing blood on McGilden's hands, both of them.
Objection!
And yet, only one of the defendant's gloves, which we have here as evidence, is stained. Grr, so you keep saying.
I wonder if I might be allowed to speak, sir.
I like him, he looks polite. Go ahead, Mr. Frowst, first.
Well, the thing is, I think I remember seeing it myself, as it happens.
Seeing what?
The blood, sir, on the assailant's hands. I think, yes. I'm almost sure it was both of his hands, not just one.
What? Ah! It would appear that we're going to need further testimony from all your witnesses. This time, I would like to know precisely what you did and what you did not see. Do I make myself perfectly clear? Yes.
Mr. Naruhodo, this is good news. The course of this trial seems to have shifted slightly at last. Yes.
I might finally have a chance to turn things around here. Okay. There was blood on both hands of the assailant. I sincerely and distinctly remember that. However, I suppose you might say that I didn't see the exact moment the stabbing transpired, if that matters.
I remember seeing the knife, and I remember seeing both the attacker's hands with blood on them.
I didn't actually see anything myself. No, not until I heard that scream. Anyway, the fact remains. There can't have been anyone else in that inside that carriage, or we all would have seen. Holy cow, that is a lot of money. Well, lo and behold, the truth of the fact, not one of you was witness to the crucial moment of the crucial moment the crime was perpetrated. I apologize, my lord, but honestly, that's many money, huh? Oh my god. Sasato. Buddy. She was like, here, take this. There was no one else inside that carriage, and the man's hands were covered in blood. That much incriminating evidence is tantamount to saying we saw the man do it. That's really not what the testimony is, or what testimony is about. Let us examine the interior of the omnibus once more. The victim's fresh blood was clearly visible in the seat, corroborating with witnesses' accounts. Victims' accounts? In other words, there is no substantial or significant change in the fact of the case. Very well. Your cross-examination, please, counsel. Yes, my lord. Okay.
Hold it!
No, the evidence tells us otherwise. We have the glove the defendant was wearing on the night in question in the court record. I'm well aware of that, sir, but nonetheless. I know what I saw, and I stand by it. The man had blood on both his hands. He's defiant, even in the face of hard evidence. He's steadfastly refusing to admit that he might be mistaken about what he saw, but why? Your reasoning is dire. One hand or two, the salient point remains unchanged. Minutes after the grim crime, the witness's blood dripped guilty from the accused's fingers. Oh my god. Get that bread, bro.
Hold it!
Don't try to downplay this. Whether or not you saw the exact moment of the crime is a matter of fundamental importance, as well you know. But for crying out loud, we all might, gotta chew on something to get the effect. We all know that no one else could possibly have done it. I was just trying to save us all some time. You have a loan of 20 guineas. Outstanding with the defendant, do you not? Had you hoped to release yourself from that financial burden by ensuring the defendant was found guilty? I thought it's not entirely not what I was hoping for. Just lost a little guinea or 10 when I backed the wrong horse in the derby, that's all. Grr. Just going to win it all back. There's a fixture this weekend that's a sure thing. A little guinea or 10. I'm a banker. No one bats an eye if I borrow a little spending money for the weekend. I think you may have received, revealed rather more than your, about your character than you bargained for, sir. This witness's scruples are not on trial here. Proceed to the next witness. Oh, this song goes. Is that really how it's supposed to work? Okay.
Hold it!
You definitely saw that too. Blood on both hands.
Yes, sir. I mean, I know what you're going to say. Only one of Mr. McGilded gloves has any signs of blood on it.
That's right.
The thing is, as far as I remember, sir, when I looked down and saw Mr. McGilded sitting beside the other fellow, I don't believe he was wearing any gloves, sir.
He's not wearing any gloves.
That's correct, sir. I saw blood on both his bare hands quite clearly. It's true that the dark-colored stain on the leather gloves wouldn't
Have been easy to see. Should point out that the police officer apprehended the accused on the night in question. Reported that there was no trace of blood on Mr. McGilded gloved hands. So there wasn't blood on his hands. This is puzzling indeed. This must be significant somehow, I'm sure of it.
Hold it!
You didn't see anything. Yes, sir, it's... that is to say, no, sir, I didn't. I'm very sorry about what I said before, sir. Very sorry, yes. It was just very wrong of me to make up stories and say I saw him stab the man. Wouldn't you agree, sir? Oh my god, that's such a cute little animation. Don't know what you're insinuating, but I certainly wasn't making up stories. Still, to say you saw nothing isn't right either, is it? No, sir. I saw nothing at all. Mr. Beepo, you were driving your horses. At the very least, you must have enjoyed a good view of London streets, no? He's so awkward. Oh, please, you didn't even see that? It was so cold that night, you see. It was all I could do from keeping from passing out, sir. Yes, my head was fairly frozen solid. Sorry to say, sir. It would seem prudent to avoid travel on the last omnibus service of London's cold winter nights. Beepo! Ah. Da 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 da. This is very fun music. And everything you saw of the incident was through the skylight on the roof of the omnibus. That's right, it was fiercely cold outside, but the glass wasn't frosted over.
Oh, yes, I remember I was shivering. It was so bitter.
Which rather begs the question of why the pair of you were sitting on the roof deck in the first place. Well, I don't know about this young fellow, but I couldn't enter the cabin. Oh, why not? It was locked from the inside. I tried knocking, but no one opened the door. It was locked. That's right. And a public bus service, for pity's sake. That's not what I call fair play.
Yes, I had exactly the same experience. I tried knocking, but the gent inside just gestured at me to clear off. I had no choice but to climb up the roof deck and look longingly down into the warm cabin below.
Well, I can assure you that I wasn't just looking down, I was glaring, long and hard. It's precisely what I can tell you with absolute confidence. That if there was anyone else at all in that cabin, I would have noticed. Unequivocal, I would say. I'm not sure about these two witnesses. Could they have really seen everything inside the cabin through the skylight? They might not have been able to. Allow me to confirm one thing, Mr. Fairplay. You were riding this omnibus and witnessed the events of the cabin through the skylight and the floor of the upper decks, is that right? That's right, yes. In that case, there is a portion of the cabin interior that would have been out of sight from you. What?
By golly, really?
Obviously, at this stage, we can't say for sure, but the possibility cannot be denied. That at the time of the incident, there could have been another passenger in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus.
Objection!
Enough hypothetical meandering, my Nepalese friend. The prosecution demands that you substitute your claims. After all, the scene of the crime is here, in the flesh. Flesh! I love it just being in there. Very well, I will uphold the prosecution's demand. We all walk over to the cart. We'll identify the area in this cross-examination panel of the omnibus. Suggesting that the potential passenger could have been situated. So, okay. I'm assuming they were sitting here, looking down through this over here. So they could have been here, where they could not have seen down in that direction. Please let this be right.
Take that!
Both rows of seat on the roof faced the same direction of travel, whereas the seats in the enclosed cabin faced each other, which means the visible part of the cabin which passengers on the roof deck could see or can see through the skylight is as I've drawn here. Oh. That's right, my lord. As you can see, the seat opposite the one which the victim and his attacker were sitting is obscured from view. In other words, if someone had been sitting on that seat, it's quite possible that these witnesses would have been completely unaware of it.
Objection!
It's quite possible some phantom was sitting there. You Nepalese have a forbidding habit of obscuring the truth with ambiguity. Kill.
Kill.
I concur with the prosecution's rejoinder. In a British court of law, evidence is paramount. I cannot entertain this conjecture, counsel. That is, unless you're able to put a name to this mysterious passenger to whom you allude.
Can you, Mr. Naruhodo?
I honestly don't know. Who could it have been? Who could have been in the other seat, out of sight? Oh no. Let's look at people. He's a thoroughly intimidating man. Oh. She's 16? She's baby! 52. I just want to know how old all these characters are. Beepo, you look so old for a 62-year-old, bud. Look at... oh my god, I love his little sprite. That's really cute. I don't think we know anyone that could have been in there. I have no idea. I have literally no idea.
But as a proud citizen of the Japanese Empire, he will look to the sky and walk on, making sure all signs of tears are gone. Go on.
This isn't just a case of going on, Mr. Sato. Alright then, I'll go on. The defense would like to put forward a name. Wait, how did you get another chalice? You are a fool. That response was a desperate attempt by a man who has no notion of his own limitations. A toast to hard lessons not yet learnt. Let us not delay, counsel. The defense is still to name the passenger in the other seat. This could be it. This could be the chance I've been waiting for to turn the trial in my favor. On that night, the night of the murder, the person occupying this seat in the omnibus cabin that was obscured from view was... Huh. I don't really have many people to go with now, do we? So these three were definitely on the top. So it could only be these two. I'm gonna go with him because I really don't know who it would be. He was the hidden one all along.
Take that!
Really? The passenger in the enclosed cabin that was the witness on the roof deck, that the witnesses on the roof deck failed to see, would have to have been Mr. Magnus McGilded. Mr. McGilded? What are you talking about, counsel? That is the name of the defendant.
Objection!
Oh my god. Oh my god. If I desecrate this chamber by smashing my hollowed chalice, do forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Dykes. People talk of those tiny island nations in the Far East as having a learned culture of their own.
You're just a racist, bro.
But I see they use the terms ill-advisedly. What are you trying to say? Let me explain in terms that even a student from the artless backwater, of an artless backwater such as yourself, might understand. When the bloody scene unfolded, the victim and his assailant were sitting side by side. Multiple witnesses have attested to the fact. It's the very premise on which this case is built.
Objection!
But that premise may be wrong. What? If the victim really was sitting beside Mr. McGilded, it creates an inconsistency that can't be reconciled in any way.
What inconsistency, counsel?
The defense's gloves, my lord. Both witnesses made the same testimony. They claim that there was blood on both hands of the person sitting next to the victim.
Objection!
Yet we know the truth to be otherwise. Only one glove bears the gory remains.
Objection!
The point is, even in the face of this irrefutable evidence, both witnesses have maintained their stance. Yes, their testimonies remain unchanged. Exactly. They both adamantly swear that they clearly remember seeing blood on both hands of the assailant. In short, their memory of events is correct, and their testimony reveals the truth. It was somebody else sitting beside the victim that night, a third party we have yet to identify. And the victim's blood was on that passenger's hands. Both of them.
Objection!
And who was this third party? Obviously, the true culprit.
Extraordinary.
Order, order, order. What exactly are you postulating?
Objection!
The defense, postulation is just that. Nothing more than conjecture. The witnesses have clearly stated that they saw the accused.
Objection!
But when elaborating on his testimony, Mr. Fairplay said the two of them were wearing hats and couldn't exactly make out their faces.
Yes. The tops of their heads were obscured by the roof. I could see the rest of them, though.
Yes, that's right. Both gents were most certainly hatted. Hatters do tend to know such things, sir.
What particular styles of hats did the two gentlemen sport, Mr. First?
I'm afraid I don't remember.
And you call yourself a hatter?
The style of hat makes no difference. There was no third passenger in that cabin. How can you be sure? Because if there had been, the accused, Mr. McGilded, would undoubtedly have offered to dispose the fact. Unless, that is, you are proposing an even more preposterous explanation. But the accused failed to even notice the presence of the true culprit in the very cabin in which he traveled. Ah. He's right. If there was another person traveling in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus, it's inconceivable that Mr. McGilded would have been unaware of it. But he passed out. Order! There's clearly a simple solution to this problem. Bring the accused, Mr. McGilded, to the stand. Well, what say you, counsel? The prosecution objects, my lord. On what grounds? As a suspect, he has already made a full statement to the police. But what if there's some reason he was unable to speak freely? Magnus McGilded is no uneducated ruffian. If indeed it turns out the man has been withholding information, you can be sure it would have been a most deliberate act. Counsel for the defense, what is your opinion? My lord, should we ask Mr. McGilded to testify or not? Let's have him testify. Demand his testimony. Yes, we need to hear what he has to say in order to find out the truth. The defense would like to call Mr. McGilded to the stand. I love him raising his hand, oh my god. In that case, I would like to hear the opinion of the jury. Oh yes, I need a little time to consider this. If you ask me, I think we should hear what Mr. McGilded has to say. Get the man out here, I say. It would be utterly illogical to not hear his testimony. When something needs doing, get it done. That's how you run. That's how I run things at the guild.
Hearing what the patron of my favorite little park has to say, oh yes, it would be lovely.
Yes, the jury says the man must be heard. Very well. The court will hear the defendant's testimony. Bailiff, show the defendants to the stand at once. Now, maybe what actually happened last night finally become clear. This trial is so long. Let proceedings be resumed. Wah. Wah. Mr. McGilded, have you been listening to the discourse of the day?
To be sure I have, my lord.
There are two matters on which the court desires to hear from you. The first is whether or not there was a third party with you in the omnibus cabin as proposed by the defense. The second is that if such a person was indeed present, why did you conceal that fact from the police?
Begged, no, it's not my true nature to hide anything at all.
Just answer the question, please.
The truth of the matter is I've been desperate about this all along. Do I tell you all or keep me mouth shut?
Tell us what, Mr. McGilded.
The fine fellow representing me is absolutely right. In the carriage on the night with myself and the other man, there was another passenger. It's true. Aye. And 'twas me who helped the little urchin get away after it all happened. You... What? No, Magnus McGilgard. That convenient excuse can't save you now. I'm truly sorry, I am, Mr. Lord Van Zeeks. I'm sure you'll be wanting to know why I said nothing while I was, when I was taken in by the police. I do be having a very good reason, I assure you. Which was, well, that little child was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. And not in any way involved, you see. What? If the police had known the wee one was there, they would have assumed she'd done it. They'd have hauled her into this here courtroom just like myself. I was just trying to spare her that. Young hearts and young minds are easily damaged, my lord. And who was this young child of whom you speak? That I don't know. You don't know? Well, the wee thing just happened to be there in the carriage that night. Never saw her before, so...
Objection!
You have absolutely no reason to believe this man. The prosecution calls for the witness's statements to be disregarded by the court. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if the urchin isn't here in this courtroom as we speak, listening to the proceedings. What is going on? Someone's trying to get away. It's no use. Can't see anything through the smoke. What is going on? Be careful, Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. The heck? We were hurriedly removed from the smoke-filled courtroom by the bailiff, amid scenes of chaos and people stumbling over one another in their desperation to flee the chamber. We had no idea what was happening. All we knew was that, for the time being at least, the trial was suspended.
Okay, this is where I'm calling it a night. I am tired. And I've been going for almost 8 hours now. Ugh. That was fun. I like this game. It's a good time. Alright. Good night, good evening, good morning to whatever time zone it is for all of you guys. I will see you later. Goodbye. Let me exit out of the game. Okay.